Dr. Liman Wali, the Commander, Lagos State Strategic Command, NDLEA, our key players as well in this sector. Well, thank you so very much. Of our partners, stakeholders in this collaboration, our keynote speakers, our panelists, part of this interactive engagement for today, and of course not leaving out all concerned key players in this industry and sector of the transportation business, and of course members of the fourth estate of the realm, gentlemen of the press, my own constituency, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the chief host of today's, which is we looking at sustainable transport systems, global best practices and lessons for our country, and whether we like it or not, the distinguished stakeholders in this partnership of this engagement. The world is indeed changing, and we do not have a choice but to be part of the global trend, and of course engagement as well, in looking at how we can further continue to make an impressive mark in the transportation sector in line with global best practices. Hence, this second roundtable discussed today to evaluate, to have a critical look, to analyze and to look at how we can further reach a consensus that will be implemented or will be a policy drive that will help upscale and of course upscale as well how we operate in this operation of the transportation global best practices sector for today. So we welcome you all, thanking you in this brainstorming session for us to be so gathered here today and make the best of this discourse. Without taking much of our time, I will, on this note, want to welcome for the welcome address by our chairman and, of course, the man of the moment, that is requesting the pleasure of the chairman of this occasion, that is global transport policy, the person of Mr. Oluwasegun, sir, to please give an opening remark on this occasion. Sir, can we please put our hands together for Honorable Dr. Segun Musa, Chairman, Chief Consultant, GTP, to please speak.
Your Excellencies, eminent diplomats, esteemed special guests, great comrades, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
This background does not capture. We'll bring it back. Oh, okay. Let's please. Nife, let's have it here, please. My colleague, you can see we've been. It was a cutting, a disadvantaged position for him to be. Please put it at the center, Nife. Oh, go to the top there then. Easy, brother, easy. Sure, okay, Ben. Guys, is it okay there? Are we good, my colleagues? All right then. Apologies, please, for that interruption.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, eminent diplomats, esteemed special guests, great comrades, Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here once again to brainstorm and exchange ideas of global best practices in the transportation industry, which is critical aspect of our nation's growth and development. This year, we want to explore the possibilities on how to take advantage of the low-hanging fruits, which can help us take giant strides towards sustainable policy formulation and implementation in the transport sector. This year's theme, Sustainable Transport System, Global Best Practices and Lessons for Nigeria. And Lessons for Nigeria helped captured the essence of bringing together these critical stakeholders to tap into their wealth of experience so that we can become a major player in the global economy, especially in the transport industry. It is a common knowledge that our transportation infrastructure and system play a vital role in facilitating growth, economic growth, reducing poverty, and improving the quality of life of our citizens. No nation or people can survive in any transformational and development venture without efficient transportation system, whose infrastructures makes the entire world a universal village. It cannot even attain any credible sources in educational, industrial, agricultural, healthcare, and rural development system, because what makes the world goes round remains the possibility of human reachability and interaction. The transport industry is therefore crucial to our economy as it continues to contribute not less than 4.5% GDP and supporting millions of jobs. The transport industry is therefore crucial for our economy as it continues to contribute to no less than 4.7% of our GDP and supporting millions of jobs. However, our infrastructure is facing significant challenges, including congestion, pollution, safety concern, and to address these issues, adoption of global best practices in sustainable transport infrastructure development is the way forward. Nigeria needs to invest around $3 billion annually in transport infrastructure to meet growth demand. Investing in sustainable transport infrastructure can create more jobs that are sustainable, stimulate economic growth, and improve quality of life. When we attract the much needed investment, this can also make the sector more efficient to reduce cost, improve productivity, and enhance the competitiveness of our economy. I'm not a panelist. I'm not a panelist here, but let me say that it is such a huge privilege to have this crème de la crème of astute entrepreneurs, industrialists, legislators, respected public servants, blessed with deep knowledge of the industry due to their vast travel and interfaces with the best across the world to know how the industry works everywhere. What if we deliberately minimize delays and reduce emission? Can this system help improve overall efficiency of our transportation industry? Your guess is as good as mine. As a matter of fact, inefficiency in the transportation industry costs Nigeria around 2% of GDP annually. A study by Nigerian Port Authority found that optimizing port operations can reduce cargo dwell time by 50%. The World Bank also says integrated transport system can reduce transportation costs. The ways to improve economic growth and development are always staring us in the face. But the federal government has to be deliberate in invoking a sustainable political will to holistically tackle the myriad of challenges bedeviling our transportation sector. We can spend less on health sectors, improve life expectations, if we have sustainable integrated transport system in place. How? The quality of air we breathe will improve by reducing emission, and public health will be enhanced. So this gathering does have what it takes to chart a new sustainable path forward. Indeed, public-private partnership remain the key to create a transportation network that supports our nation's aspiration and improve the quality of life for our citizens. On this note, I welcome you all and thank you very much.
Please, can we one more time just please appreciate him? A round of applause to thank Honorable Dr. Oluwasegun Musa, Chairman, Chief Consultant, Global Transport Policy, for that very brief welcome address. I am to recognize a man who represents a symbolic reference when we talk about transportation sector business in this country. His profiling, as we know, is not what I should be talking about here, but I can say, because we know that aside being a man of such eminent integrity of service delivery professionally as a specialist, with his profile from the very international sector of the global system in the world, for him working as a very key player in the formation, transportation of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, where he served before becoming the Honorable Commissioner, one-time Honorable Commissioner for Transportation in the state, speaks volume of his personality and his service delivery as a transport sector specialist and technocrat in that concern while serving. And he remains very relevant in the equation of this sector here today. Please, it is with a great honor we want to welcome one of our keynote speakers, Dr. Frederick Oladende, former Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, as our keynote speaker today. We thank you. So at this point, we will want to take the keynote address by the former acting Vice Chancellor, Covenant University, presently as we speak, representing and serving as a consultant in common investment market to the economic community of West African state ECOWAS. Distinguished eminent guests, it is a pleasure and my honor to please request the honor of Professor Jonathan Aremu to please join us on the at the podium for his keynote address. Professor. All right, please. Please let's welcome Professor Jonathan Aremo, please. Prof, please, you need to be careful here. There is picture. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we be seated, those people that are standing? Well, I thought that they changed this timetable a little bit, but as much as possible, I'll be very brief. I appreciate the organizer of this very important discussion with respect to global transport policy. I was privileged to address similar sitting recently, the Transportation Logistics of Nigeria, as well as African Ship Owners Council, on the same subject matter. And therefore, what I have here today, which can be presented if they want it on the screen, but if it's not presented, it will be given later on, is about what I want to do with respect to our transportation and logistics in Nigeria. Because the global environment is changing, and to effectively participate, we need to be able to reorder our priority with respect to transportation policy and logistics. As much as possible, WTO, as well as the increased regional economic integration, is actually telling us about the greater need for a very good, smooth movement of both people and traffic. And therefore, we cannot close our eyes to this. Yes, much must have been done in the area of transport, but less has been done in the area of logistics with that. So what we are trying to look at with respect to transportation and logistics is talking about trade facilitation, sustainability, as well as other issues with respect to infrastructure development, which was earlier mentioned by the chairman, international cooperation, as well as digitalization. Therefore, transport infrastructure is so much important that we can no longer leave behind, and it can no longer be developed on its own unless we put adequate effort, because of the fact that transferability of product is so much important to our national economic development. As far back as 1956, let me just refer to what one French economic geographer said, and that is Edward Humer. He said, among human-environment interaction, there are three factors. One is complementarity, that is to say, for two people to interact, they must complement each other. The second is that there must not be intervening opportunity. And the last one is transferability. There must be a mode through which interact among themselves. And based on this, what the great geographer said, the subject of transportation is very important, very key. When most governments pay attention to transport policy, they have not paid attention to the logistic, the other network that we have accompanying transportation policy. And that is why we are saying that you don't talk of the mode of transportation alone, which is road, rail, railway, air, but you equally talk about what are other things at the ports, what are other things, another network that will facilitate it. It is the holistic view of all this that we are talking today, and I'm happy to be able to hear from what you have been saying with respect to intermodal transportation system. In Nigeria, there have been some transport policies, but it has not been holistic. And more importantly, is that they are no longer current with the demand for an effective transportation and logistics system. And therefore, it has been mentioned by the chairman who actually talked that infrastructure deficiency is there, there's problem of security, There are other problem of the lack of not actually allowing more people to actually enjoy from the transportation. And therefore, there is need to ensure that our transportation is put in a manner that will take care of the challenges which he mentioned among many others. So how do we redesign a new transportation policy? It must be redesigned in a way that will capture everything that we wanted, particularly with respect to the various agreements we Nigeria have signed at multilateral level with World Trade Organization, at continental level, which is currently African Economic Community, starting with African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as at the demand at ECOWAS level. One thing which I want to mention before I close in this keynote is the fact which has been mentioned about a multimodal system of transportation. A multimodal system of transportation is what quite a lot of countries are using nowadays. It's a situation in which we have at least two kind of mode of transportation networked together by a legal arrangement, in which a multimodal operator of transport engage in the movement of the traffic along the various modes, the road, the rail, the air, until the final consumer that is want the particular goods. But let us separate this from intermodal. An intermodal transportation is the one in which a different contract is actually made across the mode. On the road, there is a contract. When it's going to the next, which is rail, there's another contract. When you go to the air, there's another contract. And therefore, why that last opportunity, what is in intermodal, give a lot of opportunity for flexibility, a multimodal system of transportation is what is most required. Why? Because from Kenya, you can actually make sure you ship your product. It is being collected right from the storehouse there to a place where it's going to be shipped, possibly in Mombasa, then to Nigeria, and then possibly to Kano, under the different mode of transportation, under one single contract.
Honor my boss, my brother, Mr. Kolawole Ojelabi, the Communication Director, Lamata. We thank you so very much, sir, for the honor of your presence as well. And I'm to please inform the House for the Wi-Fi code to access the internet, facility here. The code is M as in capital letter, C capital letter, and F capital letter, and the figure is 25. MCF25 is the Wi-Fi code for the internet access, please, in the premises. So I will, like I'm told, I should have, and I take responsibility for that, with due apologies extended, that I'm supposed to have recognized in that order and invited before this time to speak Ambassador Amino Akadiri, the Chief Executive Officer, Executive Director of the Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to speak earlier. So please forgive, and I do apologize for that error, but may I respectfully, sir, request your honor, sir, Ambassador Amino Akadiri, CEO, Executive Director, Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to please speak this time. So let's give him a rousing welcome for his presentation. We thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, MC. Apologize as cited. Before start recognize dignitary, I would like to appeal on you. My background is French, so please sorry for my bad English. I will try as possible to speak good English. So Your Excellency, Mr. Honorable Dr. Oluwasegun Musa, Chairman of GTP, Your Excellency Dr. Frederick Ola Deinde, former Lagos State Commissioner for Transport. I would like to recognize in this room my President, Mr. Yahya Oladira, the president of Badagry Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I also want to recognize Mrs. Edodo Emore Orishe Matosa. I recall her because when I was in the room, she asked me a question that I believe that by making my presentation will enable us to more understand who we are and what we are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On this beautiful day in Lagos, as we gather today to discuss policy in the transport sector in Nigeria, it is with a great pleasure and indeed quite an honor to have been invited to make some remark at this conference. As the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce, the private sector umbrella in West Africa, I'm delighted to introduce the discussion on sustainable transport system in West Africa and share global best practice and lesson for Nigeria, especially Lagos State. I recall Dr. Edodo because I believe that in the room, people didn't know who we are. The Federation was set up since 1972, and we are the umbrella body of the private sector in entire West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome. My submission is about how private sector can play a lead role in facilitating and enabling business environment through public-private dialogue to establish strong policy and ensure their effective implementation. This communication emphasizes the existing policy in Nigeria, the harmonized policy at ECOWAS level, and the key role private sector plays under their business support organization. In line with ECOWAS treaty, FEWASI mandate is to promote cross-border trade and investment, access to market, and provide a vehicle for private sector position and perspective in any policy related to achieving economic integration goal. My team and I prepare a communication, but I would like to request for your indulgence and make a small detour on my presentation. I will share with you lessons learned from the founding father of FEWASI. You may know some years ago, when you are traveling from Nigeria to Abidjan, for example, you drive on your right side. When you get to, for those who know very well the way to Badagry, when you get to Baji, Baji is the bridge before you go the side of Seme. You use a mode of transport. You pass you use the mode of transport, go other side. When you get to Benin Republic, you start driving in the right side. So from Nigeria to Abidjan, you have to drive right side, left side. The second lesson that we learn is that traveling from Cotonou to Ghana by air involves passing through Paris and the UK before arriving in Accra. We don't have direct connectivity between Cotonou and Ghana. Making phone call in that time require connecting through Europe. You have to call Europe, but we connect you with somebody in other country. Even today, taking container from Lagos to Cotonou require routing to Europe again before you have your product in Cotonou. So today we can notice significant change due to our founding father effort to bring together citizens in West Africa under the umbrella of ECOWAS. ECOWAS, which we are celebrating its 15th anniversary this year. On this note, it is my pleasure to recall and recognize the vision of founding father of FEWASI, especially Mr. Jeve Jondo, the former president of Togo Chambers of Commerce, and the late Chief Henry Fadjamiroku that all of you do know. It was the former president of Lagos Chambers of Commerce, former president of Dansima, who supported the move in year 70 to establish ECOWAS. They also created some key products like EcoBank, Asky Airline, SeaLink Maritime Company as community enterprises to support the achieving of ECOWAS economic integration. Distinguished guests and participants, as the world evolves adopting innovative and disruptive approach such as electric vehicle, intelligent transportation system is essential to improve transportation efficiency and sustainability. Nigeria has made significant progress in developing policy to promote sustainable transport. However, there is a need to harmonize this policy with regional and global best practices. The states of ECOWAS integration, competitiveness, and sustainable economic growth depend largely on efficient transport, the free movement of goods and person. ECOWAS has developed policy to promote regional integration and cooperation in transport sector. So harmonizing policy at ECOWAS level can facilitate the free movement of goods and service across border, reduce costs, and improve efficiency. In line with our mandate at FIWASI, we play a crucial role as the apex body for private sector. Our advocacy efforts have contributed to the development of policy that supports private sector growth and regional integration. I will suggest to you in your panel discussion to consider the existing policy in Nigeria, to take it in line with harmonized policy at the regional level. ECOWAS developed a very crucial policy that the private sector use, is the policy on community enterprises. That is one of the modes that we can use to support the transport in our region. So considering the objective of the treaty, community enterprises can be agents for the promotion of more of our member states. The protocol related to these community enterprises may be admitted to the status of any enterprises that its equity capital is owned by 2 or more member states in our region. Let me explain this very well. If 2 member states or representatives from 2 member states come together under the community enterprises, we can get the support of ECOWAS and make our business a citizen or a project for all the region. I explained before EcoBank as one of a key tool FIWASI developed as community enterprises. I mentioned Askai Airline as one of our key products that we developed. So my advice when the panel will discuss or the recommendation of this roundtable is to look at the possibility of using this tool to bring together all the citizens within the region. So to achieve this, we need the endorsement of institution, endorsement and institutional support of FIWASI, of National Chambers of Commerce, of African Development Bank, ECOWAS Bank of Investment within the region. So that is the key institution supporting setting of community enterprises within the region. Ladies and gentlemen, global best practices in sustainable transport include adopting alternative fuel, energy efficient vehicle, and intelligent transport system. To implement sustainable transport system in Nigeria, a comprehensive roadmap is needed, including clear objective, concrete step, and performance indicator to measure progress. I commend His Excellency the Governor of Lagos for working toward achieving better development of the city on international transport. I would like to conclude this with a quote from His Excellency Akiwumi Adesina, President of African Development Bank, who said, "We must achieve the African we want. The future is not created by a roll of the dice." So developing sustainable transport system is essential for Nigeria, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. By harmonizing policy at ECOWAS level and leveraging the expertise of FIWASI, of NASIMA, or any relevant business association, we can adopt global best practice and improve this transport sector. I look forward to discussing this issue further during the panel discussion, and I believe that you will identify solutions that will benefit for our region. Thank you very much once again for listening to me.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Akadiri, sir. Thank you for that keynote address. Ambassador Amino Akadiri, He is the CEO, the Executive Director, Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry. You're most welcome. I am to also quickly recognize just a second, please. The President, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, also known as ART, seated here today in his capacity as we speak as the President of the Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, Air Commodore Demola Onitija, retired. So we want to thank you very much for your honor. And I know that we have here seated as well, representing the Commissioner of Police in Lagos State, CP Moshood Jimo, represented by the Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations, DCP Tijani, the CP Lagos State, as represented. We also must thank you for this presence here today. And I will, at this point, will want to request the pleasure and honor of former Commissioner of Transportation in Lagos State, the Principal Consultant, the CEO of Frederick Oladende Consultancy Services Limited. Dr. Frederick Oladende, give the keynote address, sir. Dr. Oladende, sir. We do apologize, sir. The screen is just coming and they had busted in, but that won't take our time.
I'm sure the protocol has already been established, and please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. But please allow me to also congratulate Dr. Oluwasegun Musa for putting this conference together, where we can rub minds and see how we can move the transportation system in Nigeria forward. The topic has been given is on global best practices in sustainable transport systems and lessons for Nigeria. And what I would do is to try and draw from my experience as part of the people that developed the transport system in Lagos, and some of my experience, international experience abroad. I actually prepared a presentation, but I also prepared a speech, and that's because I'm always ready for the eventual, or what should I call it? But I think I will give a speech, and hopefully the speech would also be in the form of a presentation so that you can understand, and then we can then discuss further when we have the panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to stand before you today to address a matter that lies at the very heart of national progress and economic vitality, the transformation of our transport systems. Our topic, global best practices in sustainable transport systems and lessons for Nigeria, could not be more timely or more urgent. Transportation is far more than just moving people from point A to B. It shapes how we access jobs, education, healthcare, and markets. It connects community, bridges social divide, and is a powerful tool for economic growth and urban development. A well-functioning transport system has the power to reduce inequalities, unlock regional potentials, and vastly improve the quality of life for millions of people all over Nigeria. Yet, as we design and build this system, the how becomes just as important as the what. It is not just about developing a transport system. It is how you develop the transport system, How does it affect the next generation? How do we ensure that it does not contribute to the increase in greenhouse gas? This is very important, and that is the essence of sustainability. Sustainability, once considered a progressive ideal, is now a fundamental necessity. We live in a world where climate change, urban congestion, environmental degradation, and resource scarcity are realities that can no longer be ignored. Our transport system must not only be efficient and affordable, but also environmentally responsible and socially inclusive. Everybody must have a chance to participate in any economic activities in Nigeria. Today's discussion is about drawing lessons from global successes and failures. It is about understanding how cities and nations around the world have navigated complex challenges to create transport systems that are resilient, forward-thinking, and aligned with sustainable development goals. And most importantly, it is about exploring how the lessons can be adapted to Nigeria's unique context, leveraging global insights while remaining deeply rooted in our local realities. As we embark on this conversation, let us remember the future of transportation is not just about technology or infrastructure. It is about vision, it is about leadership, and the collective will to create a system that serves everyone equitably, safeguards our environment, and fuels long-term prosperity. Around the world, countries have reimagined mobility not through wishful thinking, but through bold action, smart planning, and sustained investment. So let us look at a few examples, and I have about 8 here, where Nigeria can learn from, and then we'll then take some points and then see how we can transform our own transport system in Nigeria. The first example is Curitiba, Brazil. Curitiba pioneered its now famous bus rapid transit system by linking it closely with land use planning. It's important for transportation and land use to go hand in hand. Gone are the days where you build your transportation system differently from your land use, and what that would promote is long distance travel, a disconnect, and a waste of resources. The city promoted high density development along major transport corridors, ensuring that bus remains more profitable and heavily used. So after developing the BRT, the government then promulgated a policy where high density development, residential, employment was built around the corridor so that they could use the BRT, make it profitable, and ensure that it remains useful. This shows how effective transport planning and urban growth can and should go hand in hand. The second example is in Singapore. Singapore operates one of the most efficient urban rail transport. The key to its success is not just advanced technology, but strong governance. In Singapore, we have a single agency that is able to plan rail, the bus system, water transportation in a very integrated fashion. A single coordinating agency oversees all aspects of transportation, ensuring that bus, train, and other modes of transport come together seamlessly to benefit the passengers. It's important that agencies who are responsible for the different modes of transportation come together under one umbrella, so that when you're building one aspect, you're also looking at the other aspect that will complement what you're building. Very important, and that's how some advanced countries have been able to develop a successful multimodal integrated transport system. Looking at Copenhagen, in Copenhagen, Denmark, over 40% of residents commute by bicycles. This wasn't achieved by chance. It is the result of deliberate investment in safe, extensive cycling infrastructure, fully integrated with the city's public transport network. Cycling is not a niche option here. It's a core part of the city's mobility system. So I have seen several cities that develop a master plan and exclude non-motorized transport. That is a no-no under the sustainability umbrella. It's important that you think of how people will get to your stations. It's important to give people option. And it's important not to make people captive of one mode. And so, integrating non-motorized transport with your public transport system would make it efficient, would make it effective, and would ensure that people are able to use the system effectively. Let's look at Bogota in Colombia. Bogota Transmillennial BRT system was financed creatively using tools like fuel surcharge and land use capture, instead of relying heavily on foreign loans. The city harnessed local funding sources, ensuring that its transport improvements were both sustainable and less vulnerable to external funding delays. Now, one of the grievance I have with developing countries, if I can put it that way, is the fact that we have opportunities to raise capital, but we waste those opportunities. And I'll give you an example, and you don't need to look, far. Let's look at Lagos, for example. There's a lot of developments. We have just finished building the Blue Line, and I'll use the Blue Line as an example. Now, before the Blue Line was built, the Badagry corridor had vast array of lands. Developers invested in those lands. Let's say, for example, they bought a plot for ₦1 million. And after developing the Blue Line, that plot then went from 1 million to 10 million. A responsible system would ensure that out of the 9 million profit that the developer is walking away with, about 40%, 25%, depending on what the policy is, goes back into the government coffers, which is then reinvested in other public transport systems. But what we see in developing countries is that most of the developers just cut away with the whole profit. And they can't, the city, the state is still left hanging, looking for further investment to develop its transport system. In the UK, the Dockland Light Rail Express, which I was a part of, the phase 2 of it was developed using land use capital. Basically what people, alternative and integrate it with the rest of our public transport system so that we can give people options, we can give them choice, and just develop the natural resources around us. So where does Nigeria stand? Nigeria stands at a critical crossroad. Our major cities, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and Kano, are expanding at an unprecedented pace. By 2050, our population is projected to exceed 400 million people. Without urgent and strategic reforms in our transport sector, we risk undermining our economic growth, social stability, and environmental sustainability. But let me just say that we have seen some important progress in Nigeria, and I've mentioned some, but just to reiterate what they are. The Lagos BRT system has set a strong precedence for modern urban transit. The Abuja-Kano rail service had demonstrated the potential of rail to complement and ease pressure on road network. The Lagos Blue and Red Line has showcased the potentials of interstate rails travel, significantly easing congestions along the key corridors served by these routes. Other infrastructure upgrades across the countries are encouraging signs of commitment. I mean, we know about the government's commitment to ensure that all our buses are converted to CNG. Lagos have started piloting electric buses, and so there's signs. However, there are still significant challenges. Heavy reliance on private vehicles and informal transport system continues to strain our cities. It's important that we know how to integrate the informal sector into the multimodal system that we're promoting in Nigeria. Institutional fragmentation hampers effective coordination and planning. When you look at most of the agencies across the country, so you have an agency responsible for waterways, you have an agency responsible for other transport systems. Each of them develop their own respective transport plans. There is no integration. They don't talk to the Ministry of Physical Planning, which is responsible for land use. And so what you have is a disjointed infrastructure that is cumbersome and very difficult to use, despite the amount of money going into it. So that remains a challenge in Nigeria. There is limited integration between the different modes of transport, reducing overall systems efficiency, and inconsistent financing and a weak maintenance culture threaten the sustainability of existing and new infrastructure. Lessons to be learned and lessons that we can take away, something that we can discuss further when you have the panel discussion. Strengthening institutions. Nigeria needs to build and empower strong, unified transport agencies at the federal, the state, and city level, similar to Singapore's Land Transport Authority. Effective coordination between agencies is essential for seamless planning and execution. Number 2, we must prioritize investment in BLT systems, rail network, waterways, and infrastructure that supports walking and cycling. Safe, accessible transport options should cater to all users, especially vulnerable groups like the elderly, women, and children. Number 3, we need to expand our funding sources. Nigeria should adopt innovative financing models such as the public-private partnership, land use capture, congestion charge, and climate-related funding to ensure long-term investment in transport infrastructure. Very important. We should stop depending on the budget. I think we should think outside the box, bring in the private sector, leverage on private capital to develop our transport system, and then bring in the expertise from out there to ensure that our system is efficient, is effective, and give people options. Leveraging digital technology. Number 4, digital tools can transform transport management. We must implement smart fare system, just like what we're doing in Lagos State, real-time traffic monitoring, and digital journey planning to improve efficient and enhance the commuter experience. And lastly, linking urban planning with transportation. Cities must be designed with transport at the core. Compact, well-connected urban areas are more sustainable and efficient than sprawling, car-dependent development. In developing your strategic transport master plan, you must talk to the Ministry of Physical Planning and make sure that you integrate your plan with their plan. Closing thoughts. The future of Transportation in Nigeria would not be left to chance. It will be shaped by the decisions we make today. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Proven models exist, and the lessons are clear. What's required now is the courage to adapt these lessons to Nigeria's unique context with visions, discipline, and unwavering commitment. In Nigeria, with sustainable, inclusive, and efficient transportation is not a distant dream. It's within our grasp if we choose to act. Ladies and gentlemen, let us act, let us be leaders, and let us champion this transport system that we dream of for Nigeria. So I would like to thank you for listening to me, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Distinguished eminent key players, stakeholders, partners, collaborators in this engagement. Mr. Governor is always proud to say whenever he speaks, to say that in the cabinet of the Lagos government, the State Executive Council, that is always proud to say, I have the best of crop of professionals who are sound in what they do, who are on top of their game. And because at any time, Mr. Governor will say with pride, they can stand to represent me to speak on the policy thrust of the state government. This is just why we always say the exceptionality of these members in the cabinet speaks volume of what they do, even outside the engagement of the state government. Please can we give the former Honorable Commissioner of Transportation a resounding applause for that well-delivered, very concise and very brief presentation of the subject matter of this case. Before I go on, I am to very respectfully, with all sense of humility, recognize here the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, with all due respect, sir, Rear Admiral S.O. Ibrahim. With due respect to you, sir. Thank you very sincerely. And, well, I think we've done justice to this. I have recognized earlier the representative of the Chief of Air Staff, with all due respect, Air Commodore E. Akitunde, sir. We thank you again and again. And I must also recognize a key player in the transportation sector, Mr. Satish Kumar of Greenhill, Nigeria Limited. Mr. Kumar, we thank you, Mr. Kumar, for the honor. Well, Mr. Giorgio, you are still there. Thank you so very much. That's a very good man. We thank you for joining us. And Mrs. Genevieve Unwowu, representing the DG Manufacturers Association of Nigeria here. Mrs. Genevieve, wherever you are, I must thank you. We appreciate you. And Mrs. Kayode Jacobs, Registrar, Courier and Logistics Management Institute, representing the Executive Chairman, Courier and Logistics Management Institute here today. Mrs. Kayode Jacobs, with all due respect, we thank you very sincerely. Well, having done that, I am next to call on another keynote speaker here today. He's, like we said, a consultant with the ECOWAS Economic Community of West African State, Dr. Willie Selebo. Dr. Selebo, sir, with all due respect to you. Please, can you create a place for God to please pass by? Thank you, Doc, for your honor. We appreciate that, sir. Please be mindful of this, please, sir. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and I respectfully want to stand on the existing protocol. I want to appreciate the chairman and chief consultant of GTP, Honorable Dr. Oluwasegun Musa. Thank you for bringing all of us here today. to discuss this vital issue that is very important to the Nigerian economy. I also respectfully recognize other key players here, especially Dr. Frederick Oladende, former commissioner. I think I really want to say that Lagos State is one of the unique states in this federation. And it has gone very far in terms of transportation. And if you don't know, it's unique because it's the only state having land borders, sea or maritime borders, and at the same time, very vibrant international airports. So we really need to discuss in detail because Lagos is a hub for global transportation, not only in Africa, but globally, and we must recognize it. I understand that the population of Lagos increases in the daytime and probably reduces in the night too. So my presentation is more devoted to policy trust in this area. Please permit me to recognize the Chief of Naval Staff and the Chief of Staff present here, and my other colleagues who are also here. By way of introduction, I'm supposed to give the keynote address, and I'll be looking at the ECOWAS Free Movement Protocol ties to trade. And if we look at those two generic factors, they cannot work without transportation. And therefore, we'll be looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area and what the UN says about sustainable transport. So, navigating the complex terrain of global transport policies and also setting agenda for sustainable transport system demands a comprehensive approach that intertwines with regional integration and the introspection of policy benefits at the national levels. And this is what we are looking at today. Global appreciation of the significance of sustainable transport led to the UN General Assembly Resolution A/78/148 titled Strengthening the Links Between All Modes of Transport to Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This year is unique because it's part of what we are discussing now, and it's recognized as part of a decade of sustainable transport. We are gathered to examine sustainable transport systems, best practices, and lessons learned for Nigeria. Here, I'm being called upon to look at the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, Goods, and Services in the context of moving people and goods. That's the business and practices of efficient, sustainable transport operations. The presentation examines the policy framework regarding sustainable transport systems against the ECOWAS Protocol of 1979, including the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, the SDG 11 goal, and the complementarity of ECOWAS Transport Governance Strategy. Concerning global best practices, the presentation analyzes transportation along the Abidjan-Lagos corridor. Now I delve into the brief explanation of what sustainable transport system means. So sustainable transport use safe modes with low environmental impact, often relying on renewable energy instead of fossil fuel. Like the Honorable Commissioner said, cycling is one environmentally friendly form of transportation that requires no energy other than that of human using the cycle. But unfortunately, most of our road networks that are being developed, there are no tracks for tricycles or cycles. I'll give you an example. If you go to Cotonou here, Republic of Benin, that's a special route for motorcycles. So you are going to great transport. Sustainable transport systems seek to address basic human mobility needs, health, and environmental concern. Sustainable transport entails a healthy balance between human, transportation, and natural systems. Consideration should be devoted to the environment and how it is possible without transportation or urban structures. We heard recently the talk about urban structure, that most often when planning goes on, little is known about the input of the urban system. So transportation can be sustainable without using energy source. Key aspects of sustainable transport include economic, making transportation affordable to everyone, including the local community people. Social, developing safe, secure, and accessible mobility choice for people. We heard recently that people have a right to move in the inland waterways as well as the rail and through bus system like what Lagos State is having, trying to link the rail with the BRT and all other forms of inland waterways transport. Environment, creating some decreases emission and pollution and to protect the environment. Then I not dwelt on the UN Decade for Sustainable Transport. This has remained a critical tool for steering global efforts towards sustainable, inclusive, and resilient transport system. It aims to foster collaboration, resource mobilization, and other forms of action plans to highlight the critical importance of sustainable transport and how it can contribute to the attainment of several of the SDG goals. What we aim to achieve with the Global Transport Policy Roundtable correlates with the UN Resolution A78148 titled Strengthening the Links Between All Modes of Transport to Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs has developed implementation plan for the UN Decade of Sustainable Transport in collaboration with the UN regional commissions and other regional stakeholders. The mode of transportation that should engage our attention include inland transport, maritime transport, and aviation for both passengers and freight. Let us reflect on two key issues. What would a decade of sustainable transport look like in Nigeria? I draw most of my examples from Lagos because it's unique, and we should be looking at West Africa and how it's developing gradually through the Abidjan-Lagos corridor. What role, if any, for different actors? Well, in this meeting today, we have different actors who are gathered here, both state and non-state actors, towards contributing to the success of the UN Decade of Sustainable Goal. Then we look at the African Union policy in line with African Union Agenda 2063, that's the vision for Africa. The policy framework aims to provide sustainable, reliable, modern, efficient, cost-effective, and fully integrated transport infrastructure and freight and passengers transport services. It supports continental and regional integration, especially the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements, which Nigeria has signed up to now. It meets future transport demand and supports African businesses through easy and seamless logistics system. It provides a safe and secure transport system, minimizing the impact on the environment. The AU policy agenda includes road, rail, air, and maritime transport to enhance connectivity. However, significant deficit exists in creating effective institutional frameworks at the national level, especially regional and continental level, to improve the transport sector. ECOWAS Transport Governance Strategy. The strategy seeks to improve the sustainability and efficiency of transportation among the member states of ECOWAS. The initiative is in line with the efforts by ECOWAS to ensure the harmonization and uniform application of policies, best practices, and measures in transport sector to promote and enhance intra-community trade and to improve the community road network to continental policies such as the African Free Trade Area. One of the principal instruments in the sub-region is the African Convention relating to interstate road transport between ECOWAS member states. The region's road transport system, the most used, is being upgraded with corridors to enhance trade and free movement. The Abidjan-Lagos corridor serves as an example of intermodal transportation. I know that Ambassador Amin spoke extensively about that, but we still have various difficulties on the Lagos-Abidjan corridor or Abidjan-Lagos corridor because the focus is mostly on road transportation for now, and the inland waterways, I mean, the maritime domain is still strikingly absent. But also with the air transport, we have the SATAM regime that talks about cooperation in terms of air and the rest of them. Again, in line with the ECOWAS strategy, they also introduced the ECOWAS Joint Border Post program, which was constructed. There's one at Samekrake, that's between Nigeria and Benin, and one between Ghana and Togo. The legal frameworks and operational manual have been drafted to guide these joint border facilities as one-stop shop border. As much as I want to commend Lagos State, you will recall that the Lagos-Abidjan corridor terminates in Orile. But I can see that your rail network also did not get as far as Badagry. So there's a lot of problems with trailers that are coming in from Cotonou. We have an average of 100 to 200 trailers every day. And if that is not taken care of with the rail tracks extending to that area, of course, the beautiful roads you have built will be destroyed in no time. And there'll be high emission and quite a lot of problems. So this is a very, very strategic area that you must look at, because if the Lagos-Abidjan corridor is to be effective in terms of haulage of goods made possible by the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, then you must extend as fast as possible the rail network as far as Badagry, and also link it with inland waterways. Sometimes we go to Kenya, Zanzibar, you find that there's a maritime traffic, high maritime traffic between Dar es Salaam and Zanzibar. So the ECOWAS trade agenda is mainly built on the ECOWAS policy, that's the Treaty of 1975, and two key elements is eliminate between member states custom duties and other charges of equivalent effects on imports and exports. So we should along that route. And that route must engage the attention of Lagos State government and the federal government in particular, because if not done, the investment on internal raise that's within the communities might not. I also want to believe that you may not get sufficient profit from the investment you're making on rail, except the protocol which was introduced to strengthen trade within the sub-region, and the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme allows for the duty-free movement of goods. So presently, there's high level of movement of agricultural products from neighboring countries through the ECOWAS scheme into Lagos State. So Lagos State is unique. There's no way you can run away from it. And both from the sea and the land frontier, you have high mobility, not only human mobility, but of goods and whatever you call it. So we look at the ECOWAS protocol. The ECOWAS protocol came on stream in 1979. It is significant, and it's been one of the most credible regional integration process in Africa. And with that, there's an explosion in the movement of persons. Right now, within Lagos and towards my two axes, you have quite a number of Nigerian carriers going as far as Ivory Coast, Ghana, Lome, and the rest of them. We need to carefully manage those groups because they are operating under very strenuous conditions, especially when we consider the number of checkpoints. In the 52-kilometer road between Lagos and Semeboda, there are up to about 60 checkpoints at night. So that must be addressed by our amiable governor, by dialogue with the Office of the National Security Advisor is very, very important so that the phases of ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, Goods, and Services could be enhanced. And now ECOWAS has even gone further to strengthen the protocol by abolishing the 90 days requirement for you to stay. So with an ECOWAS National Biometric Identity Card, you could stay and invest in any member state without any restriction or obstacles. So these are issues. Now, some other subsidiary legislations are there that we need to deal with, and we need to harmonize them in terms of transportation across our borders and the benefit accruing to our common people in Nigeria. But beyond that, adopting clean energy transport supports environmental protection and mobility enhancement goals. Lagos State is a transportation hub in Nigeria, the only state with land, air, and several seaports. Best practices for intermodal transportation planning in cross-border environment include regulatory compliances, integrated logistics, careful carrier selection. The issue I see here with careful carrier selection is that most of the trailers that are on the road do not meet safety standards. So we must look at that. Then we also need to look at route optimization, efficient documentation management, implementation of visibility and tracking solutions, and fostering collaboration across the divide. Congestion experience in Lagos was due to container movement from seaports, highlighting the complexity of intermodal transport management. So we need to build on what we are experiencing now, because when the place turned to oil terminal, nobody could access it easily. We are also expecting the same system to happen, because I understand now that it's going to be a deep sea port in Badagry. So the Lagos State government must start planning seriously on how to address those problems by extending the rail transportation towards that end. The theme of our meeting draws attention to SDG Goal 11, encourages us to act concerning sustainable transport for countries in special situations, and is also recognized by the International Committee through the Istanbul Program of Action for Less Developed Countries, the Vienna Program of Action for Same Developed Countries, the Salma Pathway for SIDs, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and New Urban Agenda. Green investments, green transport, economic, health, and environmental benefit, and it's a sustainable investment. Reflecting on Agenda 2030, sustainable transport is mainstream across several SDGs and targets, especially food security, health, energy, economic growth, infrastructure, cities, and human settlements. And I think what we need to do is not just about policy, but it's about implementation. And I also want to believe that once we put a policy in place, one dark side of our policy management is that there's hardly any aspect of evaluation on what works, what failed to work, why and how. We need to begin to evaluate the BRT system, the rail system, the inland waterway system. What impact is it making on the common people that we say we are serving? And on that note, I want to thank you for this great opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you very much.
Well, so we want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Willie Eselebo, a consultant with the Economic Community of West African States, for that presentation. I must also quickly correct myself. Mr. Kayode Jacobs is the Registrar, Korean Logistics Management Institute, representing the Executive Chairman, Korean Logistics Management Institute, here today. We thank you so very much. The distinguished eminent guests, you are all aware that the chief host for this very special occasion, where we're talking about global transport policy, intermodal transport system annual roundtable, with the theme Sustainable Transport Systems, Global Best Practices and Lessons for Nigeria. Is no less a person but the number one citizen of the state, Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor Lagos State. But that is clear that I said it earlier that Mr. Governor is always very proud to say that I have the crop of the very best of professionals, specialists, experts in their respective area of specialization to speak on anything that has to do with state policy matters, even when it's not there. So it is on this connect that we are proud here today representing Mr. Governor of Lagos State. Is just a woman with high pedestal pedigree. She is the managing director of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority. Always a pride to be with her. Engineer Dr. Abimbola Akinyajo. With due respect to you, ma, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. And of course, we cannot keep Mr. Governor waiting. So with all due respect, Madam Governor, ma, we will please put our hands together to, let's rise to welcome Madam Governor. Madam Governor, ma, it is your day today. We thank you for this very rare privilege and honor. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I must apologize for coming in late. It is not usual for the state governor, who I'm representing, to be late, but today was a 1-year anniversary of his deputy chief of staff that passed on last year. He would have loved to be here himself, but I will try to do justice to the message that he has asked me to deliver today to this very esteemed group of experts in the room. Now, as is customary for Mr. Governor, I will please acknowledge all of the dignitaries that we have seated here today. His Excellency, Ambassador Aminu Kadri, CEO Executive Director, Febrinthing West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Good afternoon, sir. Representatives of the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral E.A. Akintunde. Good afternoon, sir. Representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral S.O. Ibrahim. Good afternoon. Representative of Chief of Air Staff, Air Commodore E. Akintunde. Oh, you're representing a lot of people today. Good afternoon, sir. I thought I kept looking at you thinking you're representing quite a number of people today, but no. My apologies. Representative of Lagos State Commissioner of Police, CP Moshood Jimo. Good afternoon, sir. Representative of Lagos Strategic Command, NDLEA, Abubakar Liman Wali. Good afternoon. Representative of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Mr. Johnson Thompson. Good afternoon. Former Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State, Dr. Frederick Oladaide. Chairman, Chief Consultant, Global Transport Policy, Honorable Dr. Segun Musa, the convener of the Global Transport Policy. Good afternoon. Stakeholders in the transport sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. It is an honor for me to welcome esteemed policymakers, experts, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, captains of industry, and dedicated stakeholders in the field of transportation to this prestigious gathering. The Global Transport Policy Annual Roundtable Forum is where brilliant minds come together with a shared mission to shape the future of transportation tailored to Nigeria's unique context. Lagos, a city that is not only Nigeria's commercial nerve center, but also one of Africa's fastest growing megacities, is conversant with the challenges associated with moving an exceptionally growing population and the innovative strategies required to keep ahead of the curve. The theme of this year's Roundtable, Sustainable Transport Systems, Global Best Practice and Lessons for Nigeria, is thought-provoking and deeply relevant, not just for our nation, but for every city and region committed to inclusive growth, commercial stewardship, and long-term urban resilience. Nigeria, like many developing countries, faces critical transport challenges, ranging from congestion, pollution, and road safety issues to inadequate infrastructure and limited accessibility. In Lagos, for instance, with over 22 million residents, more than 75% of commutes rely on road transport. This is not just a statistic, it is a daily reality, and the economic cost is immense, but so is the opportunity. A transformed transport system has the power to reduce inequality, boost productivity, and create cities that are not only smart, but also humane and habitable. Around the world, cities are reimagining mobility. Take, for instance, Copenhagen has built a cycling-first culture supported by infrastructure and safety. Singapore leverages technology and integrated land use planning to optimize urban movement. Bogota revolutionized public mobility with affordable bus rapid transit system. Tokyo and Seoul have built dense, reliable metro systems that move millions daily with clockwork efficiency. Amsterdam has made multimodal transport, including ferries, bicycles, trams, and electric buses, a daily reality. All these cities did not achieve success overnight. They invested in visionary policies, ensured community buying, and sustained political will, all of which we must embrace in Nigeria. In Lagos, we are taking these lessons seriously. Through the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, we are creating a transport ecosystem that is multimodal, future-focused, and inclusive. The LAMATA's multimodal blueprint is setting the foundation for a unified network, linking roads, rail, ferries, and walkways. As part of our clean energy transition, LAMATA is piloting electric buses and CNG-powered vehicles in partnership with Oando Clean Energy Limited. The completion of the Blue Line and the Red Line demonstrates our commitment to high-capacity, low-emission mass transit. We are deploying air monitoring sensors at traffic hotspots to generate real-time data that will guide climate-smart urban policies. This is the Lagos model. It is a learning, adapting, and evolving system, grounded in the realities of our people, but open to global inspiration. As we reflect on global case studies and our own experiences in Lagos, the lessons are clear. The time for action is now. What we're doing in Lagos as a pioneer can serve as a scalable model for Nigeria. But this will require national commitment, strategic investments, community engagement, ensure our solutions protect the environment and the most vulnerable. Although the physical burden is too great for government alone, PPP must be encouraged through transparent procurement, risk-sharing frameworks, and supportive regulation. As we gather at this roundtable, let us convert dialogue to policy and policy to progress. Our people deserve a system where mobility is not a daily struggle, but a human right, where our transport choices protect our climate, not pollute it. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards sustainable transport is not a sprint, but a marathon. Achieving these ambitious goals demands innovators and local communities. We can pool resources, share expertise, and unlock efficiencies that would be impossible to achieve in isolation. Such collaboration streamlines decision-making, accelerates project delivery, and ensures that infrastructure investments are both cost-effective and impactful. When stakeholders work together, we benefit from a diversity.
A message that the Lagos State government have been doing so wonderfully well. I think they need to be applauded when it comes to transportation. When it comes to what we are talking about now, about global best practices, you have been doing very well. I only just want to add, for example, now you have speed limit on Third Mainland Bridge on some areas in Lagos. I want to advise the Lagos State government to make better publicity of that, so that people will know it and they will not fail it. Because whatever we are doing should be to reorientate our people, not just making the money, not just the revenue, but to have them to change their hearts. Because there are individuals in this Lagos, they are willing to pay that money, and they break the law. Thank you. So I read the message of my distinguished professor. Warm greetings on behalf of distinguished Professor Simon Emeje, Executive Chairman of the Courier and Logistics Management Institute, CLMI. I'm sure you know us. Now, due to prior engagement outside the country, he is unable to be here in person, but he sends his sincere regards and unwavering solidarity. The theme of this roundtable resonates strongly with the mission and work of CLMI. We firmly believe that a sustainable transport system is not only an enabler of economic activity, but a cornerstone of environmental stewardship and social development. For Nigeria to unlock its full developmental potential, embracing sustainable transport solutions must be treated as a strategic imperative rather than a mere policy option. Around the world, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in how transportation systems are planned and implemented. Innovative approaches, as the former commissioner mentioned, all over the world, ranging from the electrification of public transit to the integration of intelligent traffic management systems and the promotion of active transport like cycling and walking. These solutions not only reduce environmental impact, but also enhance quality of life. Government too should ensure, ditto other government, subnational government for cycles. If you go around Lagos today, our young men are doing great in logistics, using bicycles. I know you must have been seeing them, using bicycles. If there are ways for them, many of them will be engaged in it, and then will not be shouting unemployment. Nigeria is at a critical juncture. Our growing urban population and expanding economy demand transport systems that is inclusive, resilient, and forward-looking. Yet we continue to face significant challenges: congestion, inefficiency, pollution, and inadequate infrastructure. However, with these challenges come vast opportunities to rethink and redesign our transport landscape. Now, to move forward, just let me be closing. Nigeria must focus on several priority areas. 1, strategic investment in public transport infrastructure, including BRT system that we already operate and Madam represents. Urban rail, water transport in applicable regions. 2, development of infrastructure for non-motorized transport, as I mentioned earlier. 3, leveraging technology and innovation through intelligent transportation system, ITS, which can enhance traffic management, safety, and common experience. The next one, strengthening policies regulations and enforcement mechanism, particularly in areas such as vehicle emissions, logistics standards, and sustainable transport incentives. The last one. Building partnerships and raising public awareness, like I mentioned earlier, because a truly sustainable transport system requires collaboration among government, industry, stakeholders, academia, and civil society. At CLMI, we recognize the indispensable role of logistics in shaping a sustainable transport ecosystem. We are committed to advancing green logistic practices that reduce carbon footprints, improve resources efficiency, and align with global sustainability. In conclusion, the journey toward a sustainable transport future is complex. We must understand this. But it is one we must embark on with determination and shared vision. By learning from global best practices and tailoring them to our local context, Nigeria can build a transport system that supports economic growth, and that is what we must do. Protect the environment and improve the well-being of its citizens. Now again, Professor Emeje asked me to deliver his best wishes for these insightful deliberations and impactful outcomes that we'll have from today's roundtable. May your contributions lay the groundwork for a more integral, responsive, and sustainable transport sector. One that not only transforms Nigeria, but also inspires progress across the continent. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. That was nice, and a very quick one as well. I'll be inviting very briefly to for his own remark. Normally, when Mr. Governor finishes speaking, nobody speaks again. That really is the protocol. But because we needed to shift this, and we expected that, like you heard, so Madam Governor, with all courtesies, please pardon us. So I will be inviting Air Commodore Akitunde, representing the Chief of Air Staff. Sir, very briefly too, with all due respect, for your goodwill message. We want Mr. Governor to hear you all say this. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, our eminent diplomats here present, our resource persons and our panelists, I also not start by not recognizing our esteemed colleagues here in the security sector, both serving and retired, comrades, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Air Commodore Ewejide Akintunde, the Commander 643 Equipment Supply Depot, just near here at the Nigerian Air Force Base. I'm representing the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Bala Abubakar, who is unavoidably absent. He would have loved to be here in person, but as you may all know, the Nigerian Air Force is engaged throughout this week because we are celebrating our 61st anniversary. Some of us here may have noticed, you've been seeing our platforms flying all over Lagos, because Lagos is also one center for marking our 61st anniversary. Right now, we've flown to Abuja, but by weekend, we'll be back here again, flying all over Lagos State. I'll quickly read the Chief of the Air Staff's goodwill message. It's just going to take 3 minutes. On the occasion of the Global Transport Policy and Annual Roundtable, I extend my warmest greetings to the organizers and participants. I am delighted to see industry experts, policymakers and stakeholders come together to discuss sustainable transport systems and global best practices. As the Chief of the Air Staff, I can attest to the critical role that transportation plays in the effective functioning of the military, particularly the Nigerian Air Force. Efficient transportation systems enable the swift development of personnel, equipment, and supplies, which are essential for our operational effectiveness and response to national security challenges. Moreover, a well-developed transportation infrastructure supports our logistics and supply chain management, allowing us to maintain a high level of readiness and respond to humanitarian needs. Beyond the military context, the Nigerian Air Force recognizes the broader impact of transportation on driving economic growth, enhancing quality of life, and promoting national development. I am confident that this gathering will provide a valuable platform for knowledge sharing, collaboration, and innovation, ultimately contributing to the advancement of transportation system in Nigeria and beyond. I wish you all a productive discussion, the insightful presentations, and meaningful interactions. May the outcome of this event inspire positive change and inform policy decisions that benefit our nation and the global community. Thank you, and I look forward to learning about the outcomes of this important event.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's very brief. Thank you so very much. The Commissioner of Police, represented by DCP Tijani, sir, for 1 minute too, because time is of essence. The Commissioner of Police, CP Moshood Jimo, represented by the D Corp Director, Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations. Okay, that's a minute. Air Commodore Demola Onitija, retired, President Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, sir. Very briefly too, sir. While Rear Admiral S.D. Ibrahim, Representative of Naval Staff, to please wrap this up for us. Be careful there, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As has been announced, I am retired Air Commodore Ademola Onitiju, MNI, the President of the Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, popularly known as the Aviation Roundtable. We send our goodwill to the organizers who also are part of us, Dr. Shegun Musa. We commend this bold effort. And for us out there, it's always been about collaborative or collaboration, partnership, and sustainability. For us in Nigeria, as we all know, there has always been viable transport policies, but unfortunately, continuity of such policy in governance has been the hindrance. And it is our belief at the Aviation Roundtable that fora such as this will facilitate the ventilation of views with a view to causing changes in policy to a more modern transport policy. As you may all know, air transport involves logistics. It is the fastest, the costliest too, and yet most modern. So our message to this gathering is that we should pursue a common transport policy that aims at achieving a sufficient mobility adequate to the needs created by the economic growth and, most importantly, its sustainability. As you may have heard, The keywords are the promotion of such modern policy, collaborative, utilizing public-private partnership for to maximally utilize the supposedly idle public-private capital, but with proper regulation. I heard some speakers talk about strengthening institutions. Institutions here and the world over should be strengthened to ensure the delivery of these aims. On that note, from us at the Aviation Roundtable, we wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so very much. That's another one from Air Commodore Demola Onitiju, retired MNI. Last but not the least is for me before the photo session with Madam Governor here today, as well as the Ibrahim, representing the Chief of Naval Staff, to also speak. We thank you, sir.
The Executive Governor, Lagos State, ably represented by the MD Lamata. Madam Governor, ma. Our presenters, panelists, invited guests, my colleagues from the security sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. I am Rear Admiral S.D. Ibrahim, representing the Chief of the Naval Staff, who is unavoidably absent. He would ordinarily want to be here personally, but due to service exigencies, he's unable to attend. I would want to extend his goodwill message on the occasion of this event. The theme of why we're here today resonates very, very deeply with the Chief of Naval Staff. We all know that the role of efficient transportation at improving the socio-economic lifeline on Nigeria and by extension ECOWAS is very dear to all of us. The NN is ready and very willing to provide support for a sustainable maritime transportation. It is hoped that the organizers of this event would consider the exploitation of our waterways to encourage adequate transportation of goods. I know prior to now, speakers had talked about the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. I mean, the emphasis is more on road transportation. But we must all recognize that maritime transportation enables the movement of large quantity of goods with less effect on our road network. It is hoped that the outcome reached at this roundtable will go a long way at helping Nigeria achieve a sustainable transportation goal. On this note, I want to congratulate the experts at this Global Transport Policy, which is the second edition of the annual Roundtable 2025. As we say in the Navy, onward together and fair wind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Rear Admiral. So we will now just quickly take a photo session. Madam Governor, Madam Governor, with all due respect, the high table, for this photo session, please. We want you, please, to Your Excellency, Ambassador Akadiri, sir, the chairman of Global Transport Policy. Representative of the Chief of Air Staff, sir. Dr. Frederick, sir. So, Chief of Naval Staff. So let's be careful here, sir. Yes, sir. Air Commodore Onitiju. Air Commodore Onitiju, sir, are you there? MNI? Gentlemen of the press, just hold a second. Please, gentlemen of the press, can we allow our very distinguished guest to please make historic moment of this occasion? My colleagues in the media, after your photo shoot, please allow the video cameramen to also do theirs. Photographers, you can do quickly, and allow the video colleagues of ours to also do their job. All right. Our cameraman, who stars, you're there. Ensure you don't miss this out. My colleague Joshua Morakinyo is there watching. That's our chief aviation correspondent. We thank you also for being here, Mr. Joshua Morakinyo. Oh yeah, gentlemen of the press, let's do what we should do best and make best of this historic moment again, the second of its kind. A roundtable discourse for the collective good of all in the transportation sector. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ma. We appreciate you, Madam Governor. Arambehema. We thank you. So we will now go for a tea break. While we know that we please thank Madam Governor very graciously for her to please let's give her the honor she so deserves, because if Mr. Governor is here, we'll all be upstanding to give the honor to her. We thank you. We thank you, ma'am. We thank you very sincerely, ma'am. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. So, tea break. My lady there, the lady usher, to please take the very important VVIP to their place. Where's my lady there? Where she was taken. Please, can you help usher them into their place for the tea break, and we'll come back to conclude the panelist session, as it were.
Yo, DJ Tone Dex, turn that shit up.
Now that I know. Mic check. Nice one, nice one, nice one. Yes. Wow. All right, I think at this point we want to please crave our indulgence with all due respect for us to please return to our seats. The time of the tea break, it's long overdue, or it's over by now for us to take the panel session, and we wouldn't want to take much of our time so that we will be able to do what needed to be done for it to be neatly done as well. So we please appeal to participants, guests for this occasion to please join us for the panel session. Before the panel session commences, we're going to take a very brief goodwill message from the Executive Secretary and the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Shippers Council. And representing the ESCO, Nigeria Shippers Council, is Mr. Mustafa Zubairu. So with all due respect, Mr. Zubairu, we want to thank you for your time, your patience, and we must commend you for still being with us. So may we please appeal to all stakeholders. Please, our stakeholders, to please come in now for the panel session. Time is fast spent, so that we quickly get it done for us to be able to leave here on time. My colleagues in the media will please crave your indulgence to please come in. Let us begin this second part of the program, which I can assure us will not take us time. We must recognize the Director General, Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, ITT, represented here today by Engineer Dr. Remi Adomi, Director Transport School, NITT. That's fire shot. We must thank you so very much. Let us also recognize the representative of the moderator of the second panel that shall come, Dr. Mrs. Gochukwu Uboma of LASU, represented here today by Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Dixon. We also extend our courtesies, and we also thank you.
Important and strategic partner in transportation. Based on our mandate, transport, it is an important segment of our mandate, and we are interested in the seamless movement of cargo to and from the nation's seaport. So in order to carry out this mandate, we utilize all the different modes of transportation: railway, inland waterway, and road transportation for this purpose. So we don't have the mandate, but of course we collaborate with different stakeholders in order to carry out this mandate. In the panel note, I would like to call for we want to recommend that Lekki Seaport, something should be done about it, because it is cited in Intermodal mode of transportation, and if nothing is done, it's likely to replicate what we are experiencing in the Apapa seaport. And then we have collaborated with Lagos State Government, most especially in respect of port access, and they have supported us immensely with all other stakeholders for in order to remove the congestion being experienced. So we would like to use this opportunity to also thank the Lagos State Government for its magnanimity and support in this respect. And I want to congratulate the global policy roundtable, annual roundtable for successful hosting of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Ogas and around. We thank you for the patience. We appreciate this. We are not taking it for granted, sir. And the moderator here today is the Managing Media Director, Global Transport Policy News Limited, Mrs. Regina Robinson. I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Robinson, you are here for us. I got something. Yeah, Dr. Layemi, no, sorry, Mrs. Robinson, yes. I'm trying to figure out something here. Okay, Madam Regina Robinson, Media News, are you here? Where are you, ma'am? Okay, that's she. And she will be moderating this session. But we please want to appeal to the moderator. Today we are looking at moving people and goods, the business and practice of efficient and sustainable transport operations, as it were. So with all courtesies to Mrs. Regina, I will please beg of us. She's the Media Director, Global Transport Policy News. Ma, will you be, no, you shouldn't be seated there. You can't be in that corner. We must adjust. Is it adjustable there? No. Except we bring one of these chairs. Yes, let's put one in between there. That's more better. Yes, in the middle here. We can move this. Yes, we can move this. So thank you very much for your understanding, sir. Thank you. Oh, yeah, let's fix that in there. So we can also remove that other one. Sir, can you help me with the other? Can you please help me with that chair? The camera, hello, the camera. Let me alone. Ah. Dollar answer ye. Don't worry. Would that fit in there? All right. Oh, okay. Easy.
Let's have this one here. Let's have this here. Yeah.
You want to sit there, Regina? Sir? Yes, sir. Alaji Musa Emasalo. It's my brother from NTA. Alaji Musa Emasalo. Okay. Sister Regina, we want to plead with you to please be very brief, concise, but impactful with the message here today. We thank you. The microphone, let me get other microphones. Please, can we have other microphones, please? Sir, the other mic. Okay. This audio. My check. Okay, mic check, mic check, mic check. One should be here. Oh yeah, this other one. But in the meantime, the moderator can flag it up.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome everyone to this roundtable event today. You're highly welcome. Thank you so much for coming. So my name is Regina Robinson, and I'm the moderator of this panel session that is set to advance conversation on moving people and goods, the business and practice of efficient and sustainable transport operations. So I'm going to start by introducing my panelists, my reputable panelists. I think I prefer you introduce yourself so that I don't murder your name. So let me start with Captain.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Captain Giorgio Enrico Del Cielo. I'm the CEO of Prime Minister Logistics, a freight forwarder based in Apapa.
Jama Onwubwari is my name. I am the co-founder and managing director of Trucks Transit Parks Limited.
You're welcome, sir.
My name is Orisha Matusa Edodo Emore. I'm an international maritime lawyer. I practice law in Lagos, and I also chair Zoe Maritime Resources, which convenes the Lagos International Maritime Week.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditayo Bamidiro. I'm co-founder and CEO at MAX. We are democratizing access to mobility, electric vehicles particularly, for across West Africa. Very happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kumar. I head the business for Greenville LNG. I mean, the LNG which is used for transportation presently to move things around across the country.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to have you here. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to have you all here. So I'm going to start with Mr. Kumar Satish. What do you think are the major strategies of moving people and goods that may be tapped into to achieve efficient and sustainable transport operations in Nigeria and West Africa?
Well, that's quite a broader subject. But what I presently understand with the present scenario in the country, which is it is there is, see, if you have to move, if let me put this way, that many of the goods which is presently moved is by trucks, which I'm not getting into the people part. Buses are there, and the other transports are there. But then, as far as the trucks are concerned, which as a fuel, they use diesel as a fuel at present. And once the price of the increase of the diesel prices increase, the cost of transportation has also increased drastically. What now with the presidential initiative and from the federal government's push, a lot of things have changed on the ground. Most of the transports which at present gas can be used as the fuel for transporting the goods, whereby the cost of transportation for moving of the goods is reduced practically close to up to 30%, which indirectly affects the final finished products. I mean, final finished goods, when it goes to the market, it becomes a little more cheaper. And as far as the other options are concerned, now let us look at it this way, that many of the buses, the government's initiative, many of the buses have been converted to the gas. So this is one of the initiatives which we feel is far more economical, and it is quicker, easier, and there is no much of a carbon print in the country. I mean, you know, so it is a cleaner fuel also. So this is one of my this is one of the options what we have here.
All right, let me go to the next person. That's the international maritime lawyer, Barrister Orisha Matusan Edodo Imore. So, how do you think how can the government and policymakers support the development of more efficient and sustainable transport systems? And what are those examples of effective policies or initiatives?
Very interesting question, and also all-encompassing. I think that in the first thing is to realize that the essence of every transportation system and policy is the movement of persons and goods. That's the essence of every transport policy. So the first questions that we would ask ourselves: what is the transportation architecture presently in Nigeria? And the answer to that is that our transport systems are by road, by rail, by water, and by air. And then the next question would be, are these transport systems integrated? Because we're talking at this meeting about sustainability, and every policy that we want to develop, we want to.
Sorry, Delo. No, Delo, you are fine.
Okay.
Please, my colleagues, we need to appeal. We need to change this mic. I mean, the battery, I believe, it's weak. It wasn't working like this before, but there is a challenge here. My colleagues, they are complaining they can't see, and the screen is not well placed. So what do we do, my dear colleagues? Do we take angle positioning? Let us take angle positioning and use our Zoom. Please, let's do that so that those guests, the guests can see, they can see everything. Please, let us adjust. Those are the aisle. Those are the aisle. Let's move to this side. Please, we appeal to you. Yeah, to do this. Microphone here. The battery, I think. Mic check. It's better now. It's better now. Please, sir. Hello. See, my brother, the aisle at center. Are you live streaming? Please let us take. Please, you are still standing there, because if they are not seeing, Maxi, Bikono, you will leave that place. Inugo, so that they can see. I mean, it is. Address Mikey.
Hello?
My Auntie Regina, take.
What about my
Yes, the lawyer must you out. International lawyer, no. Yeah. Okay, now let's go, guys.
Okay.
The law was on.
Okay. I was saying that the essence of every transportation system is to move goods and persons around all over the world, or all over the country, and all over the community. And so when we are talking about sustainable transport systems, we would have in mind that we're looking at a system that would work, that would make it more efficient for people and goods to be moved around. So, and then when we're thinking about a policy that would entrench sustainable transport systems, we would also be working towards a policy that is efficient. So the first question that we would ask ourselves in Nigeria is, what is the transport architecture for Nigeria presently? Where are we? And the answer to that is that where our transport system is by road, by rail, by water, and by air. And the next question would be, are these transport systems, are they integrated? because we're talking about sustainability and efficiency. And the answer to that is, at the moment, the transport systems in Nigeria as a whole is not integrated. And so because it's not integrated, it is not efficient. So what do we do to make our present architecture efficient? And then that's where a transport policy that takes cognizance of present realities is relevant. We have transport policies, but right now, the policy that we have does not take cognizance of present realities. And what are the present realities? Nigeria is not an island. Nigeria is a country that is affected by other things that happen globally. And right now, climate change is a reality for everybody, including Nigeria. So when we're talking about developing a policy that works today, then we would be talking about a policy that takes cognizance of climate change, of the realities of climate change. A policy that remembers the Paris Climate Agreement. A policy that takes into cognizance all of the international agreements that Nigeria has entered in West Africa and in Africa. So the first thing that we would think about is a smart, what we would call a smart transport policy. So a smart transport policy takes into cognizance innovation in the industry right now, takes into cognizance green energy, which is what LNG is all about, takes into cognizance what climate change is doing to the economy. So, and then on top of that, we would also be thinking about how to involve the private sector more in the transport infrastructure of Nigeria. Because right now, most part of the transport infrastructure is actually in the hands of government. So we want, for us to have a system that is more efficient, we have to intentionally make it easy for the private sector to be involved. And so the policy that we'll think about would be perhaps something also that would introduce an infrastructural bank that would make it easier for the private sector to be involved in the transport sector. And then because of the effect of climate change, this is a time also to think about the minutest, a transport system that involves the minutest mobility. That is, in fact, during the keynote address, some people made mention of it. For example, we ought to have, just as we have road lanes, we ought to have lanes for walking, lanes for bicycles, because those are transport modes as well. So those are the examples of what should be in the transport policy of today. Thank you very much.
That's quite heartwarming. Thank you so much for that, Barrister. So now my next question is going to Mr. Adetayo Bamiduro of Max Drive. So, sir, many Nigerians have since lost interest in road transport due to alleged low and unplanned standards of the road, often leading to accidents and insecurity. What should the government do to reduce standards, to introduce standards and achieve sustainability of our roads, of our road transport system? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Fundamentally, perhaps we'll try the question a little bit. I don't think people have lost interest in the roads, otherwise we would get to the
There are so many.
But I think the idea behind that question, I guess, is that most people are frustrated by the situation of our roads, right? And yes, it's all very surprising. If you're going to, every country that has developed, if you take the US as a case study, the amount of distance that their people travel on a daily basis. So if you want to see how quickly a country is growing, you know, one very important indicator is you look at how much distance its people are covering. Because remote work and all the stuff that happened post-COVID, the reality is, in order for us to be productive, we have to move around, people have to move around, goods have to move around. Obviously, for the most part, when you look at a country like Nigeria, most of that movement happens on roads. Most Nigerians are not flying. I don't know when last you bought a plane ticket from Lagos to
it's too expensive.
You will be able to buy a piece of land in many parts of Nigeria with just one-way flight. So it's beyond the reach of most Nigerians. Unfortunately as well, our waterways are not as developed, so you have as many people moving about on the waterways as well. Our rail infrastructure for many decades was completely dilapidated. It's gradually been resurrected over the last, I think, 5 years. And we expect to see more, right? It's also the metro line in Lagos. It looks like it's going quite well, and the other cities can then come and build on that. But the vast majority of Nigerians move about on roads. So what that means is there's a massive amount of traffic that moves on these roads. But also very closely linked to the performance of roads is urban planning. So when you look at a city like Lagos, there's a tremendous amount of traffic that happens on only one road every day, right? Or two roads, really. The Dublin Bridge connecting mainland and island, and then the Ikorodu Road as well, connecting mainland and island, right? And what that tells you is, because of the way the city has been planned, or more importantly, the way infrastructure has been developed, it forces most businesses, or most seriously businesses, to either be on the island, right, or on a certain part of the mainland. But what you really should have is that businesses and people should be investments in more roads and road maintenance. But I think it goes beyond just the government as well, right? But I will start by saying, the planning on roads. It's one of the roles where I would strongly recommend that they shouldn't be politicized in government, right? It's kind of like choosing a doctor. You don't choose a doctor because you like their face, right? You choose the best doctor that can deal with an illness, right? We all make rational decisions when it comes to choosing a doctor. If you want to choose a movie to watch tonight, you don't make a rational decision. You can choose an Indian movie or Japanese movie or whatever you like. But if it's a doctor, you choose the best, right? It's the exact same thing that we have to do with transportation. Building and expanding our road infrastructure and the transportation system that really accelerates economic development is very hard. It takes extremely knowledgeable people, but also extremely determined people. Because if you're going to build the right kind of infrastructure in a place like Lagos, for example, they're going to tear down a lot of houses. People are going to, you see, you can come here and all of us complain about infrastructure, but when the government really takes it seriously and does what is required, a lot of people are going to lose their houses, including many of us here. Right, so we are now in a situation where, maybe the government is sometimes a bit sensitive and doesn't want to tear down people's houses, and doesn't want to face too many lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, we are stuck in a grossly inefficient road network system. And that is massively hampering our productivity. So beyond the kinds of people that actually have to be appointed to lead, they have to be extremely resilient people that have the backing of the highest levels of power in the city and the state of the country, and can go ahead and execute a very disciplined, right, framework. That's number one. Now, number two is other things around government policies. I think we talked about it as well, smart infrastructure. And our company, for example, we've invested a lot of money in technology systems and telematic systems for the transport systems that we operate. We operate a vehicle leasing program for motorcycles, for three-wheelers, and also for cars. But from day one, we realized that in order for us to succeed, if we didn't have a very smart network, technology trading that gives us data on a real-time basis, we would not be able to succeed. And obviously that infrastructure, that digital infrastructure does not exist. So we had to invest tens of millions of dollars in building that before we even had a chance to begin to formalize the transport industries. And I'm not listening to my final point before I hand over the mic. Is ultimately what we're looking for here is formalization. And formalization just means organizing our transport system properly. So when we talk about things like intermodal transport, for example, if you fly an airplane from Abuja and land in Lagos, right? Do you have a predictable system where there's a train stop, right?
There's a train stop, or a bus stop right at the airport. You get off, you get your baggage, you walk outside of the airport doors, and then you link straight away to a train or to a bus that takes you to your destination, right? Do we have that? For the most part, we don't have that. So we have, disjointed, transport systems all over the whole place. And the reason that has happened is when sufficient plan and execution hasn't been done at the central level, what then happens is, private sector players will fill in the gaps. But you must note something about private sector players. Private sector players are not fundamentally interested in developing, the entire system. Private sector players are fundamentally concerned about making money. So they will not build a highly robust transport system that takes care of everybody. That's what they're saying to. What they will do is they will put their boss between Ikeja and VI where they can make money. That's private sector for you. So ultimately, the government still has to step in and put in incentives and policies that will then encourage or incentivize private sector players and everybody else involved to make the right kind of. So I'm not a big advocate of the government itself investing too much of its own capital in transport systems. Rather, what the government often should do is put in the right kinds of incentives that will then force private sector players to do exactly what the government wants, but in a way that is profitable to them.
Thank you so much for that valid point. So my next question goes to Mr. Jama Onbuari. So sir, what do you think should be done to create a viable, self-sufficient and sustainable network of transportation support in Nigeria and the ECOWAS sub-region as a catalyst for trade and human development?
The Cello saying is a million naira question. I think it's a mouthful, but I will start by saying some of the answer to that question has been addressed by the maritime lawyer and Mr. Natari. I think policy is key. And when you're making policy, you're looking at the big picture. You're looking at the biggest screen in the room. The private sector operators are going to look at buckets or parts of that screen. But the government has the responsibility and also the capacity to look at where do we want to be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 50 years. That is what has driven economies like the US, China, Japan, and the rest. So starting with policy, the government needs to identify what do we want to do first, how do we get there, and then what resources are we going to commit, what collaborations are we going to need in order to arrive there. Let me start with some statistics. Like has been said earlier, both in the morning session and this afternoon, 90% of our transportation is by road, whether it is humans or it is goods. Now, we have about 30% of the available road network in Nigeria that are paved. 30% of our road network is what we have paved. Of that 30%, 70% are not in good condition. That paints a very bad picture. Just before this session started, I asked my colleague to arrange transport for something we're doing, and he said, oh, the car I had in mind will not be able to pass through the road to the location, so they have to arrange for an SUV. Now, that is not going to be efficient at all, because ordinarily it's not an SUV movement if there was a good road network. So, when the government is able to say, we want to have this kilometers of roads across the country because of our population and because of our landmass, then you have a big picture into which you now start plugging in different contents in order to fill those gaps. Come to our navigable waters. Only 15% of our navigable waters are currently in use. That means the government needs to identify that we need investment in boats and also in jetties. Much of that 15%, by the way, is in Lagos State. And then you want to talk about our airports. We have about 26 airports across the 36 states of the Federation. These airports, most of them, they don't have modern equipment. So again, if you are transporting, if you need to have an efficient air transport system, you need to be sure that the ones that are built in areas where they are needed and they are not political projects.
and that they have the equipment necessary for airplanes to land from different cities of the world in those locations. Now let me localize to road transport, which is where our company operates. Recently, I had a cost to travel across the ECOWAS region by road. It was intentional. And what I noticed is that all along between Mile 2 and Burkina Faso, you have trucks that are carrying goods from Nigeria, traveling to all these countries on the west coast, and there is no infrastructure for supporting these vehicles while they are on the road. Come to Senegal, you will see hundreds of trucks lined up along the road, around the border, plugging everywhere. And what are you waiting for? We are waiting for inspection by customs. Finished with us. 2 days passes. I interviewed a driver from Sokoto who was driving this interview was at the Togo-Ghana border. A driver was driving from Sokoto State. He's going to deliver onions to the market in Accra, and he's been on the road for 12 days. So it's going to be another 12 to 15 days before he gets back home. What are you waiting for? How many and by air without having visas. But then implementation has not met up to the expectation of the policy. What happens is that I could actually travel from Nigeria to Liberia without having an ID card. So how does that happen? As long as I am willing to pay the immigration officials at the borders, I am able to cross. So whether it is human trafficking or illegal migration, all of this can happen along our corridor because the policy, the big picture is not very clear, and then its implementation is very, very muddy. So like I said, government needs to identify what do we as a country want in terms of we need to be very intentional and we need to be very courageous. If the government starts from the point of view of this is what we need, and then this is what we need to get there, and then the policy addresses that. It's not a political thing. It's not like they say in my language, so let's give to these people today because we're in power, and then tomorrow these other people will chop because it is their turn. No. It has to be a holistic policy. You need to look at the big picture at once. If you have identified those things that need to be done, then what are the resources that are required in order to achieve this closure of the gaps? Private equity is going to be critical. For you to attract private equity, you need to make investors comfortable. You need to assure the investors that the policy you have made against which the investments are going to come in is going to be stable. Whether it is Greenville investing in gas facility infrastructures, or it is Max investing in green vehicles, they need to be sure that when we bring in this money, some of this capital are coming from outside, and those from inside are coming from double-digit interest, that the policy will stay stable, and its implementation will be consistent so that you can achieve those goals. We're currently speaking to about 24 state governments today about setting up logistics hubs in their respective states. These logistics hubs are going to ensure that wherever a truck is coming from, anywhere in the country, carrying any goods, whether it is agro or processed, it will be able to find a parking location 4 to 5 hours of driving time. Now, for this to happen, the state government needs to make sure that the policies for enforcement and the encouragement of these drivers to come in and use these facilities is there, and that enforcement will not be based on who is governor today or who is commissioner for transport. As long as we are agnostic about the identity or the personal principles of the individual who is in charge, we are able to achieve consistent policy implementation over time that makes investment attractive. The second is enforcement. Enforcement needs to be key when you are trying to establish long-term policies. One of the governors in the country told us that one of the things that they have done is they identified the locations where they want to expand their road network. They identify the houses that are there, they value the houses, have a meeting with the owners of those houses, and within 2 weeks they've settled them. So from the point that they identified that we need to expand this road, a month later demolitions have started because they paid the compensation. So you need to be consistent across board in order for you to achieve what it is you need to achieve. And when private investors are coming, you need to constantly engage them. One of the things that happens is that the governments woo investors. They come in, they put in their investments, they put brick and mortar down, and then the government walks away and wants investors to figure the rest out by themselves. When there are challenges, you don't see the same commitment that you use in wooing them. It's like a man who wants a woman. You woo her, you date her, and then you give her everything she wants. She comes in, and then you ignore her and start looking for new babes outside. That's sometimes what it is that we see the government does with investors. That needs to change. And for us as individuals, as citizens, as users of these facilities, we need to have an ownership mentality. If a transformer is installed in my community, I need to be able to protect that transformer as if it is my personal property. So when we have this long-term global view of policy making and enforcement, we attract and we secure investors in what they have invested. We implement them consistently over time, and users adopt an ownership mentality. We are going to have a transport policy and a transport infrastructure network that we can be proud of.
Thank you so much for that insight. And my next question goes to Captain Giorgio Enrico Del Cielo. Sir, what should the government of Nigeria and West Africa do to create best opportunities and operational strategies in the area of multimodal transport system? And what should be their guiding principles in such operations, both technically and logistically, to achieve best dividends?
Let me start to say something else. Contrary to my colleagues here, I'm a freight forwarder. I'm always on the ground on a daily basis to see all these problems that we are discussing here. But my point of view is not only the roads, the problem. The problem starts from very far. Start from the terminal, start from the ship line, start from the edge of the system on how to call the truck inside. All this is creating traffic, is creating profit. Yes, the road, of course, they are not helping. As you just said, 70% of the 30% is in bad condition. So, imagine. But if we start, probably if we start from making the terminal to work, making the terminal to load the truck when we need it to be loaded. Not only that, stop the truck that they are not in good condition. Don't do this. Because this truck, they're going to get broken on the route, and they're going to block the traffic, they're going to block the other truck at the back that they want to pass, they cannot pass. That is one thing. Then we have, as we said, as they say, we have roads, we have air, we have sea, and we have rail. But let's look into the rail. They have started, everybody's talking about the rail, but how many containers are we actually with the rail? Have we ever thought about the fact that these containers, they are going to Kano, Kaduna, Abuja, whatever, okay? But then, who is going to bring the empty back? We need to send the truck to go and collect the empty, bring it back down here. And that is extra traffic, extra movement on the road. Again, the famous road, 70% not working. Here, how many goods are we moving by head within Nigeria? I think 0. We are not moving anything. But it will be easy to have some line that you can move some cargo from Lagos to Port Harcourt or to Kaduna or to Abuja or to whatever. We don't have anything. By sea. By sea, we don't have any connection with other countries, or very, very small connection with other countries. Or if we are moving something here, we have barges. Even the barges, they cannot move too much. So at the end of the day, everything is stopped. What government can do? Well, implement the policy that apparently they are already on ground. They are policies ground already, but they are not implemented. So they should implement that policy. They should look into the law. They should look at the 70% and maybe reduce it at probably 30% and make a move. Helping the boat, the owners boat, to let boats to move within Nigeria and also outside Nigeria within the West Africa. I think that we have just one or two companies, one or two shipping companies that do that. And they are not even regular. So it's very difficult to say what the government can say, but except implement the policy and the rules that they are already on the ground.
Thank you so. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my wonderful panelists. Mr. Adetayo of Max Drive said something. He said it's not all up to the government, and I believe that's why we are here today. That's why this vision was conceived by the chairman, chief consultant of Global Transport Policy, Dr. Shegun Musa, to re-engineer the transport system in Nigeria. And we strongly believe that at the end of this roundtable event, there's going to be a positive change. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Please wait for your award.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Please, have you separated it?
Yeah, they're all. Okay. Sorry. Please get me the rest of this class. Oh, yeah, go from the outside. So the
Yes, thank you very much. We have a token gift for the panelists. This goes to Mr. Jamar. Please kindly take this as a token gift from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, this goes to Mr. Adetayo. Thank you very much. And this token goes to Captain Giorgio. Thank you very much. Yes, this goes to Barrister Roche Matosan. Thank you. We are so grateful for everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and this goes to our own brother in the house, Mr. Satish Kumar. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Shall we go into the second section?
Second session is a very brief one, sir. Yeah. It's just a fair chat between two. But before I do that, let me quickly recognize a man who, of course, is recognized as a city development enthusiast. Aside that, he's a top corporate communications and business analyst. Here is a man who also believes in the spirit of teamwork, creativity, service, delivery, and determination to achieving sustainable success in whatever we do. He's an award-winning recipient, and so today, when you find them dynamically young, energetic in what they do, it is passion. There is nowhere you will not find them navigating to ensure success in LASWA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome and introduce the Managing Director, CEO, LASWA, Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel. We thank you so very much, sir. So I will quickly, this is just a duo of a presentation of two people. We say it's a fire chart, as said by my brother. Engineer Dr. Remi Adeomi, Director, Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, representing the DG here today. And of course, Engineer Dr. Remi Adeomi, and of course, the moderator, Dr. Ms. Ogochukwu Bom of LASU, is being represented by Dr. Olayemi Dixon. Yes, please take a seat, sir. So, we will have this, Dr. Dixon, am I correct? How about Engineer Dr. Remi Adeomi? Thank you very much. So it is a dual presentation. All the guests are not here, but until you do justice to this, please be comfortable. You have just some time together. So 10 minutes or 15 minutes, we'll be glad. Is the mic, sorry, use my mic, ma.
Thank you very much, the MC. Good afternoon, everybody. You're welcome as we proceed to the next panel session. And this panel session is focused on the future of transport, looking at the global best practices in terms of transport infrastructure. In terms of sustainable transport infrastructure, we are going to be looking at building the future of the Nigerian transport sector. So here with me is the representative of the DG of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, in person of Engineer Dr. Remi Adeomi. Before I hand over the mic to him, I also introduce myself once again. I'm Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Dixon, an inclusive mobility expert. So, thank you very much. So we're going to proceed with this panel session. And before I hand over the mic to Engineer Adeomi, Engineer Dr. Adeomi, the representative of the DG of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, as far as Nigeria is concerned, I want to bring to the attention of the audience that the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Nigeria, is the only technology institute we have as far as the federal ministry of, as far as the federal government of Nigeria is concerned, and the federal ministry of transportation, managing activities related to transport technology in Nigeria. So some of the questions I will be asking, I believe Engineer Dr. Remi Adewumi is competent and capable enough to provide answers to the questions. Engineer Dr. Remi Adewumi, talking about global best practices as far as sustainable transport infrastructure is concerned, and we all know that when we talk about decarbonization and inclusivity, that is what most transport sector is tilting towards now, decarbonizing the transport sector due to the rate of GHG emission. And Nigeria, we are doing something in that regard. Not that we are far, though we are far from competing with global best practices, but however, we have institutions in Nigeria that are doing something that are coming up with activities to position Nigeria well, to compare well with global best practices. And that is the reason why we have NITT here. Engineer Remi, I'll be throwing a question to you right now to tell us some of the activities of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology in pushing Nigeria or the Nigerian transport sector towards a sustainable pushing Nigerian transport sector towards achieving sustainability in the area of global best practices, or in comparing well globally. Can you tell us some of your activities? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Dr. Yemi Dixon. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this program. They have done a very wonderful job. And I think the subsequent program should not be limited to Lagos, because Lagos has enough examples of transport development, but other states too also need the services of this kind of symposium or conference, so that they can learn also in their state. Lagos is blessed with personnel, is blessed with a kind of expertise that can drive the transport system. You know, Lagos inherited most of the people that have been trained abroad. They come, and before you know it, they work for Lagos State government, they work for Lamata. From Lamata, they become commissioner. From being commissioner, you see them. So it's a rotation of really the best Nigeria has. And that's why you see the effect of it in their work, in what they deliver. If you noticed, when the Dr. Frederick was presenting, it was as if he had discussed with the Madam Governor, because they practically spoke about the same thing. It's just because they are from the same room. They are in the best of the world. So coming back to the sustainability of the transport system that we have and what NITT is doing about it. Yeah, at the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, we are not unaware of the situation in the country as it regards to having a system that works, having a system that we can sustain. That's why at NITT we are the one championing the CNG conversion exercise in the country, because we know that, as it were, that is going to be a game changer to transportation system in this country. Any system that can make you reduce your cost by about 30 to 40% of what you spend on your energy is something that will be embraced. And more so, it is an environmental friendly solution to the situation that we have in the country. And more importantly, gas is something that Nigeria has. We have it in our, so it's not as if we're going to be waiting for the importation or depending on foreign supplies of it. It is something that is going to really be sustainable if we move it in the right direction. The other aspect is the collecting adequate data on transport in Nigeria. And that's why the NITT is championing the National Transport Data Bank. The National Transport Data Bank will be a stop-shop center where all the data relating to transport will be warehoused, and it can be accessed from anybody, from any location. We are at the point of relating with the ICRC to get the full business scale the licensing for it, so that investors could come and all stakeholders, whether state or local government, can benefit from the records that we have. Lagos is already ahead of data for their transport situation, but it only ends in Lagos. Drive outside Lagos, even the system of recording their licensing, their annual listing is different. They don't utilize the amount of data that is possible to and then use the form of transport that is available outside of Lagos, generally to the rest of the country, is still not what we can call transport. An empty truck will be going, and before you know it will stop at a situation and pack human beings, passengers, as human beings, and move them across without any protective vehicles that are not meant for passenger loading. And that's what you see everywhere. No legal enforcement to stop all those. So those are the issues that NITC has discovered, that we need to have adequate data on this, and that's why we are establishing the Smart Transport Data Bank. Generally, the contribution of NITT to the transport situation is going. We are in the field of professionalizing the industry, the transport industry. We want everybody that is a player in the transport and logistics industry to be certified, have a requisite qualification that will make you a transport expert. It's not in situations where we've had likes of hairdressers occupying positions of managers of transport agencies. You've had people that have no basic knowledge of transport holding very key position in transport. It won't give any good result. I think it was Dr. Frederick that was talking about depoliticizing the transport situation. Put people that have gone through the rudiments of having the knowledge of the industry to head those organizations, and you could see the difference will be in the result. Lamata is a good example for everybody to see. And we encourage other state governments, send your people to come to Lamata and see the results. You will see the deliveries that are coming out from this. So unless you have an organization that has, in terms of the education, in terms of the certification, then the delivery will definitely be different. As on the part of NITT, I think we are making our own contribution, even though it may be in a contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Remy. Engineer Remy has talked about the Compact project, some of the activities of NITT in promoting the sustainable transport infrastructure development in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Engineer Remy, I know that NITT carry out lots of research in the transport sector, and I know that NITT has traveled far. I want to ask, sir, what best practices can be adopted from global transport research to enhance Nigerians' capacity for sustainable transport planning and implementation? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, NITT has carried out a lot of research. Even in Lagos, we had to take stock of use of motorcycle as transportation way back in the early 2000. And some of the results we got are what Lamata are using in their activities. We also have carried out the use of other modes of transport rather than the overdependence that we have on road. Annually, we have what we call the sustainable transport research. We pick a topical issue in transport, and even though it is a budgeted exercise, we take some parts of the country, maybe a geopolitical zone, and carry out research on it, and the results we give it to the respective state government, and they make so. But by and large, the effect of some of those studies on the way and manner is practiced has to do with the locality of the people. In some part of this country, I'm not saying this with any bias, is the response of the people to the economic situation that drives them into some of these things. One of the speakers in the morning mentioned that the BRT can even be more successful if you complement it with non-motorized means of transport. Yes, before the modernization came, riding bicycle was nothing people were not proud of. But today, nobody wants to be identified as being called somebody riding bicycle. But we're coming back to that situation now. States are being advised and encouraged to build dedicated lane for cycle riding. If you go to the UK, you see the number of people riding bicycle. They are big men of substance in their own way. But because that's what the environment has permitted. And then gradually we're coming back to it. Because the cost of maintaining a car now is becoming out of the reach of the ordinary man. So the bringing bicycle transport or any other mode of non-motorized is going to be something everybody will embrace. And that will lead us into the sustainability aspect. If people can, on their own, take part in active means of transport, some distances that ordinarily we could walk, we try and start waiting for either a bike to carry you or waiting for a taxi or Uber. These are things that become part of. There are many cities in the world that they don't even allow cars in those cities. You either walk around or you use a horse ride to get to where you are going. So those are the sustainability we are talking about, and gradually Nigeria is going to get there. There are cities that more of walking was being done before, that nowadays we don't do it. We'll get back to it, and it will make life easy. Health-wise, it will be something that everybody will benefit from, and it will make all the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a final question to you. You've talked about active mobility, which is one of the ways to decarbonize the transport sector, and which is being adopted globally now. But I want to call your attention to this because I know NITT is an agency or a parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Transport, Nigeria. Talking about non-motorized transport as a way of decarbonizing the Nigerian transport sector, of course we all know in Africa, Nigeria contributes the most to GHG emission. I want to ask, sir, as far as I know, and as far as Nigeria is concerned, I know at the moment we don't have a national transport policy and we don't have a non-motorized policy. Lagos State is setting the pace at the moment. Lagos State, I can say categorically and confidently that Lagos State government has a non-motorized transport policy and has a state national transport policy. In fact, all the time I saw a post on LinkedIn that people from the Federal Ministry of Transport are visiting Lamata to actually see, to actually name and about their success story on the issue of non-motorized transportation in Lagos State. They want to learn. So, and I thought of it that how can a whole federal be coming to state or be seeking state's help? It's supposed to be vice versa. But
state of excellence,
yeah, Lagos will keep certain the pace. Well, it's a good one. It's a good one. But I want to ask, sir, what are the modalities in place? Because I know NITT is under Federal Ministry of Transport. What are the modalities in place in promoting active transport as far as Nigeria is concerned in the aspect of having a non-motorized transport policy? And I also want to ask, what is the state of the current draft national transport policy for Nigeria? I think we need to know, because without a policy, all these things we're talking about, there is no how it will work. We need a policy to make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to stand in for the federal government on this issue. I'm only going to say my own opinion as far as this very serious issue is concerned. Let me start by saying that there is nothing actually wrong with a state coming up with its own transport policy. If they had waited for the federal government for so long and they are not forthcoming with the policy, there's nothing stopping them from coming up with their own and forge ahead with whatever they want. Look, in the US, a lot of states have different policies among themselves that is even different from what the state is what the federal is doing. that the fines for drunk driving in one state is different from that in another state. In fact, there are states where it's not, there's even no fine for drunk driving in their own policy. In the state of California, you cannot be the only one in the vehicle and travel on a highway. You will be fined for doing so. That is their own state. They've discovered that, look, they don't want the idea of having many cars on their road. What they want to see moving on their road are the people. And they have formulated a policy for that purpose. They want people to move, not just cars moving. Moving cars is going to create congestion and delays. And they have stipulated it in their own law. So why am I saying this? It's because Lagos State always remain an example for others to follow. And there is nothing wrong at all if they decide that, look, if the federal government is not coming up with one, let them come with their own. Now, on the issue of what has been causing the delay of the federal national transport policy, the ministry earlier last year came up with the national land transport policy. They couldn't combine it with the aviation because it's in a different ministry. They couldn't also combine it with the maritime because it has also been extracted into another different ministry. So they had to now be restricted to the land transport. Even though that was put together, we sat on it and we had a series of meetings. But when it went to the Federal Executive Council, the aviation people now came up there. They also have come up with their own. So we are at the stage of trying to see how both different policies can work together. Now, this is the complexity about Nigeria. Nigeria is a very unique country. What goes well in one angle may be politicized not to be acceptable in another. What I will advise any organization or any government to do in this one, don't wait unnecessarily for eternity. Come up with policies that will make life easier for you. And I like the strides that Lagos State is doing. Before now, the rail was the exclusive right of the federal government, but they were able to rescue some part of it away from the federal government and come up with their own rail. And they are doing very well on it. Other states are still waiting for federal government to be able to allow them. So the states that want to do anything for the benefit of their masses should go ahead, take the legal angles that allow them to do so, and give the results to their people. And I think that's the best.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think we need to give a round of applause to the master and Lagos State government because they are doing a lot and they are setting the pace. As far as I know, I know that Kano is also coming up with their own transport policy at the moment. So I think the states are they're coming out of the federal and trying to do things on their own and make things happen instead of waiting till eternity for the federal government. And I think this is a message to the federal Ministry of Transport that they should start doing something. The states are doing it. Why can't the federal do it? If Blue Rail can work in Lagos State, then it can work in Nigeria. Those are the factors that we are having to promote a sustainable transport system. So I think, please, since you're coming from the federal, we are saying that the federal government should stop sleeping. They should wake up, sir, and start doing something. We need a policy in Nigeria. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of
photo session.
Thank you very much.
Madam, are you a moderator or you are a speaker? Please be careful, Doc. The audience, is she a moderator or she is a speaker? She's a combination of both, right? She's very sound. Please, let's give her a round of applause, Dr. Layemi Dixon. Thank you so very much. You must have done a lot of research. Wallahi, I heard seriously. Wallahi, that's good. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have a token for you to appreciate your contribution. For your DG, yes. Please, this is a token from us at GTP. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are so grateful. Thank you. Yeah. We are so grateful. Let me have our. Regina, please come closer. These are for Madam Ugboma. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. We are so grateful. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Regina?
Yeah, this is for Prof.
Where's Regina son?
Professor,
Where's Prof?
Jonathan.
Where's? Eh?
They want to
Oh, Prof, please come closer. Thank you very, very much for that wide pool
Thank you,
presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are so grateful. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Where's
that was Dr. Willie.
Oh, Dr. Willie, please come closer. Dr. Willie, be careful there. Gently, sir. Thank you very much for the presentation. We are so grateful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are so grateful, sir.
You can put it, yes. So Dr. Regina.
Where's Regina, sir?
I'll give you.
Yeah, Regina. Yes, our moderator. Thank you very much. We are so grateful. Thank you. Yes, for the last section.
Yes, so that's it. We'll be fast about it.
Thank you.
We'll be fast about it. And it's just good because these are referencing. And there is nothing they want to say but to. No, these are my ogazo. My brother, don't worry. They are not talking too much. They are giving you the best of quality remarks. Maybe you see Dr. Olayemi now, you don't reference Lamata and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that we're rounding this session with very, very distinguished personnel with years of experience in the public sector of the state. I am to welcome the General Manager, Laswa, with all due respect, Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, sir. And I'm also welcome the Technical Advisor, Lamata, Engineer Osa Koyehan, to please join this moment with us. I want to make sure I call the guy name well, make I not get query. Yes, Konyeha, Technical Advisor Planning Lamata. Before that, they commence the fire chart. I recognize the National President of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, Dr. Mika Rollers, AJZ, MON, represented here by spokesperson Ambassador Colonel Udofis, while recognizing the former PPRO Lagos State and the PPRO Western Part Command now, Deputy Superintendent of Police Sunday. Sir, we thank you so much. So, distinguished, this is experience, and of course, what we've seen happening. They will be sharing the reality, the practicality of all you want to know about how it's working. Let me give my GM to start this. GM, this is for you. And let me give my brother, Technical Advisor, this is for you, sir. Just like the duo, sir. A good understanding of how this thing works. The moderator. Oh, the moderator, lady, yeah? Okay, who be the moderator? No, not TGM. You will be credit. Nikki Maxwell. Is Nikki Maxwell in the house?
She's here, she's coming.
Nikki, where are you? Please forgive me. I'm not taking you for granted. Oh, my sister. Apologies. She is from Badagry Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much.
Nikki,
Okay,
my
so
apology one more time, please.
you have one.
There is enough mic. There's another mic. Are we good?
Yeah.
Do you have the mic, sir? Okay, great. Nikki, you have the floor, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Ambassador Nikki Maxwell once again. I'll leave the floor for my panelists to introduce themselves. Could you please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, General Manager, Laswa, Lagos State Waterways Authority. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Engineer Osa Koyehan. I'm the Technical Advisor Planning in Lamata. I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Okay, so I'll be going straight to the point. I want to be precise, concise, and clear. Today's theme is connecting the dots, global best practices in integrated and multimodal transport system. My question goes forth. What are the biggest problems countries face when trying to connect different types of transport, and how can they be solved? Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's actually a joy to sit down beside Lamata. And I think the greatest problem, simply put, is the fact that all these different modes have different regulators. When you have different regulators, you have different policies, you have different implementation procedures. But in Lagos State, Lamata actually started all of this. So from the rail to the bus, even to the water, which I oversee, started out from Lamata. And even up to date, even though with Lamata, we still have a string attached to Lamata where everything we want to do and everything we're going to do, we always still fall back and relate very closely with Lamata. So for me, I see that the main problem of this whole interconnectivity is when all the different modes have different regulators.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Engineer Osas, would you like to say something?
Okay, so I think already the biggest problem, like GM said, the biggest problem is coordination and governance. That's the biggest challenge. Of course, the last speaker did mention some of the challenges that we face on the federal level, and that is one of the big challenges that transportation infrastructure development faces all the time. But there are some other problems. For us here in Lagos, challenges we face with the informal sector, informal transport providers. We face challenges there, even on the waterways. They face problems with informal transportation. And what we're saying is that we cannot play in the same space. We don't want to disenfranchise any of the transport sector operators because they are vital members of the transportation fabric. But what we want is a more structured way of performing. And so we are looking at strategies and ways in which we can work together better with the informal sector to ensure that we're providing a safer and more conducive transportation fabric for Lagos. So people deserve more. And all we're saying is that we need to work together. There are also issues with funding. You know, we can't provide the necessary infrastructure if we don't have funding. And we need to come up with innovative ways in which we can fund our infrastructure. You know, maybe we get people that are benefiting the most from infrastructure to contribute a little bit more to development of infrastructure. But I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much for that wonderful point. Okay, so my next question is, how can government, businesses, and other works together to create smooth, cost-effective, and eco-friendly transport system?
So I'll go up with the microphone, so I'll just go. So in a nutshell, it's all about stakeholder collaboration. We need to make sure we speak to each other. What GM said before was about making sure that all institutions in the transportation space speak together to ensure delivery of all our schemes. And there's no way that this can happen if we don't speak to ourselves and if we don't speak the truth to ourselves. The last speaker spoke about professionalizing the industry, making sure the right people are doing the right jobs. And that is very, very critical, that the right people are doing the right things so that we can see the best results at the end of the day. And this is just not about Lagos. Lagos is so much better. And I can tell you that we deal a lot with other states. We have a lot of states coming to understudy Lamata, to learn from what Lagos State is doing. And the number one thing that we identified is that gap. The right people are not doing the right things in those states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Emmanuel, do you have any contribution to? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I'll go to the next question that says, how can digital tools like data and smart device help improve how transport system works? Will you want to take that? Okay. Thank you.
I think data would help improve services because data is informing you of where the gaps are. Data is informing you of how you can plan. And I guess they say if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. So if you have accurate data, which obviously we're doing now through our ITS systems, they have one on the bus. We as well have the first of its kind, a waterways monitoring and data management center, where we're now taking in real-time data of the passengers that are using the waterways. And the reason why we're doing that is because we want to optimize and maximize the waterways, and we can't do that until we fully understand what we're dealing with. So through the ITS systems, Lagos has been able to develop both for the bus, for the rail, and even for the waterways. We are already doing that. We have smart cameras at our jetties now that are helping us to be able to curb security issues. Just recently as well, we now have devices that are monitoring a number of boats on the waterways to show us what their movements are like and where the navigational challenges are. We also have communication on these boats as well, because I'm sure, I don't want to say I'm sure, but on the waterways, if you notice, at different points in time, network coverage is a problem. So we had to find a way to connect to the satellite so that indeed at every point in time, you can communicate with those boats real time. And the final phase for us, because we phased into 3 phases, is that we want to be able to track those boats real time. Let's know where they are at every point in time. So in case of any emergencies, we can enable them. All of this, of course, would lead to efficiency, would lead to the system being more effective, and of course, it can even make us be able to expand our transportation network.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Okay, so like I said, I want to be clear and precise. So I'm just going to round up now with one last question. What can governments do to support better transport connections, and how can they encourage private companies to invest?
Okay, so if you permit me, before I take that, I just want to touch on the last question.
Okay.
Because I think data is just exceedingly important for everything that we do. And one of the things that we've done in Lamata is to come up with a unified way of paying for travel. We have the Cowrie card, that is the singular ticket that you now, or singular card that you now use for public transportation, i.e. on the bus. On the rail, we use our Cowrie card, and on the water transportation, we use our Cowrie card. So this integrates all modes of traffic or transport. All modes of transport are integrated through the use of the Cowrie card. So what that does as well is that it provides us with data, back-end data. So we know where people are starting their journey from, where they are going to, what modes that they are using. And one of the things that Lamata has been known for is the development of our strategic transport master plan. This master plan is something that guides the development of transportation in Lagos, and it has been since 2008. It was updated in 2014, and as we speak right now, the transport master plan, which we call now the transport mobility, strategic mobility master plan is what we're calling it now. But what is important is that we're out there collecting information. We're out there speaking to Lagosians, collecting information about travel patterns. And it's important that we get the buy-in from the citizenry, because it is only the data that they give us that we can use to plan for the transportation system. We're here talking about integrated systems, but we need to have the right transport system at the right place. And so we need the right information from members of the public. And so this is why I thought I should mention this. Also, I want to also say, before I go on to the question, that we're also looking at what we call the Sustainable Urban Mobility Conference. That conference is coming up in October, where it's an international conference where we get reputable speakers all over the world to talk about sustainable urban mobility. And I just wanted to put that in. Again, from there we gather data, not just data on transport, but we also gather data on safety, which is very important to providing a sustainable multimodal transport system. Now, going to your question, which was looking at sorry, what was the question?
Okay, my question is what can governments do to support better transport connections, and how can they encourage private companies to invest?
I think we've been talking about what government can do, and Lagos State government is doing quite a lot. And this is engaging the members of the public, developing our strategic plans, ensuring that our plans are harmonized. So when we talk about the Lagos Climate Action Plan, is harmonized with the transport plan as well. So they speak to themselves. So the government is doing all that they can do. Mr. Governor's agenda, transportation and traffic management, is number one on that pillar. And there's a lot that is going on into the development of multimodal systems with the development of our rail. Now we have the blue line and the red line. We have the green line that has started coming on stream. We have the purple line that we're thinking about, and the orange line. Mr. Governor is very bullish in the development of the rail system. The whole plan is to ensure that we have options for Lagosians to use instead of the private car. So government is doing what it can do to ensure that we have a multimodal transport system. I'm talking about Lagos State, but if I widen that scope to the nation, other governments need to take transportation seriously. It is not just about putting buses on the road, but it's that ensuring that the buses are at the right location at the right time transporting the people. It's about ensuring that it is provided at the right price. It is ensuring that it is safe. It is ensuring that it is connected. We've talked about non-motorized transport, and a lot of the time we see communities severed by transportation facilities. So we see people building roads and flyovers. But when you build roads and flyovers, you sever communities. So people are not able to cross from one side of the road to another. So we need to think about those communities. How do we get people to cross the road and ensure that communities thrive? But it's not just stopping there. Government has got to be able to provide the necessary laws and policies to engender the private sector to participate. Because government can build infrastructure, but it's the private sector that needs to run those infrastructure, that provide the services that run on those infrastructure. So we need to continue to provide the right enabling environment to attract the private sector. We need to collaborate more with the private sector. We need to draw in the informal sector players to see how we can make them more regulated and make them provide better services. We need to see how we can encourage high capacity buses to replace the rickety low capacity buses that the informal sector players use. And it's not about removing them from the sector, but it's about changing the way they operate, making them more efficient in their operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful. Right now, we've come to the end of this section. Thank you so much, Mr. Oluwadamilare and Oluwadamilola. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Osa. Thank you very much.
Photo session, Ambassador. We must commend the moderator when she said she was going to be concise, brief, and straight to the point. In her simplicity, I was like, she must be a journalist, but I may be wrong. But then she lived up to it. We thank you so very much, Her Excellency, Ambassador Nikki Maxwell from Badagry Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so very much. We thank my GM, Laswa, Mr. Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, We thank the Technical Advisor Planning Lamata, Engineer Konyeha, Osa Konyeha. Thank you so very much, sir. The Chairman, sir, you have the floor for the presentation, sir.
Yes, we give it to Lagos State. The transport coordination is excellent. When the transport operates a symbiotic interaction, it shows that it is well coordinated. And the essence of the interaction is to ensure that you ease business. If the interaction is not convenient, definitely it's going to affect the economic agenda. So we want to say big thank you to our amiable governor for doing excellent work. On this note, let me do a token presentation to Engineer Abimbola. Oh, pardon me, please. Engineer Abimbola Akiaju. Thank you very, very much. She is not here. She was here earlier.
Representing the governor, sir.
Yes, represented the governor. Please, these are talking to her. Please extend our warm greetings to her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, this token also goes to our very good friend in the house at GTP. Anytime we call on him, he gives us a prompt response. Thank you for all you've been doing. We are happy to be associated with you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And this token goes to the moderator. Our own Ambassador Nikki Maswell. Thank you for all you do. We've read so much about you. Please keep it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mark, I see your hand over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are so grateful. Thank you. We are so grateful.
All right, it is on this note. I will want to invite I will want to call on Engineer Ezekiel Fajenyo to please read the communique. Mr. Ezekiel Fajenyo, sir, with due respect to you, sir.
I say good day to everyone here, the conveners of this program, the speakers, and the panelists. This is the communique of the program that has just ended. Rising from Global Transport Policy Intermodal Transport System Annual Roundtable 2025, held at the Marriott Hotels at Ikeja, GRA, Lagos, on Thursday, 15th May 2025. The Global Transport Policy, the keynote speakers and panelists, after very exhaustive deliberations on the theme titled Sustainable Transport System, Global Best Practices and Lessons for Nigeria, resolved and similarly provide solutions for a way forward as follows. One, referring to our economic situation as a country, it is established that our transport infrastructure and systems should play a vital function in facilitating economic growth, reducing poverty, and improving the quality of life for its citizens. Second, the transport infrastructure is burdened by a number of challenges, among which are congestions and pollution, policy instability and inefficiency in management, and lack of proper integration. The third point is that Nigeria needs to invest heavily on the transport infrastructure for jobs creation and improved life of the citizens. The fourth point is that the architecture of Nigerian transport system is not properly integrated. A smart transport policy is urgently needed, backed up with proper innovation, energy, and a thorough study of the climate change, all of which will affect the economy. Another point is that most people in Nigeria are frustrated by road transport system. Mobility is linked to the economic productivity. Here, transport is expensive, and water transport is not so properly recognized. So the transport system is disjointed. It is established that the businesses should neatly spread to places, but lack of investment in more roads is affecting same. We have grossly inefficient road transport system, and there should be people bold enough to implement a change, especially in the various states of the Federation. It is said also that we need formalization, especially among the various modes of transportation. There's also the point that it is, sometimes it is not only making policy, but the implementation, because most times there's no evaluation of policies, and this must be addressed in Nigeria. There's also the need to harmonize policies made by government in order to make effective impact. A comprehensive roadmap is also important to be drawn. The transportation is not just for the movement of people and goods, because it has impact on healthcare, education, market, and quality of people's lives, which must be improved. It is also about how you develop and how it affects the next generation through the essence of sustainability. So the transport system is about vision and leadership, and it must be effective and responsible and socially inclusive. Another point that is made is that we have opportunities to obtain loans, but most times we waste those loans, unlike in developed countries. There's need to prioritize investment on the transport system, especially on the private-public partnership. There's also the point that is made about the federal government and state governments that they should encourage the private sector and invest in an agreeable way, and not just for their own, make these establishments not established only for their own profit, but for the good of the country. Another point is that government has a role to play in shaping the policy of the future of the transport system through resources, collaborations as done in advanced countries. For example, some 70% of our roads are bad, and only 15% of navigable waters are used in the country. Then our airports too have no modern equipment, no support structures to support movement of people and goods, and some policies are not implemented. There's also the mention of corruption and bribery, which happen along our corridors, that government should name what we really want, and that we should adopt, our adoption has to be holistic and the implementation consistent. There was also the mention of the enforcement of the regulations and policies that are being made, and concerning our transport system, because it is part of how we can fulfill our policies. There is also the need for consistency by the government on policies that are being made. Then individuals should have ownership mentality. That point is also raised in order to protect what government implements on behalf of the transport system. Then government should regulate the private sector and modernize them for more effective and efficient performance. There's a specific reference to the NITT, that is the Institute of Transport Technology, championing gas initiatives projects and some innovations, such as the smart transport database, to benefit government and people through education and certification. This is a useful information towards achieving sustainable transport policy, which many Nigerians are not used to before now. Then states are also being encouraged to effect non-motorized systems, such as the bicycle, to simplify the movement for those comfortable with same. There's also the point that states should have their own transport policies and not necessarily wait for the federal government. But there is nothing wrong with this. Lagos is identified as a state with growing positive response to transport system. So the Federal Ministry of Transport is advised to look inwards and reorder its priorities and projections. Then it's also said that different modes have different regulators, and this is a major problem for connectivity. But there's need for different modes to work together. There's also need for funding to be improved in all the modes to achieve effectiveness. All institutions in the transport system must reach out to one another to achieve the best result. Lagos is also praised for this very achievement. It is said that Lagos is doing well on this score, and the other states should imitate same. These are the crucial points that have been made. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Well, at this point, there is a need for us to adopt the communique. Is there any objection, contradiction, omission? Please, if there are, we wouldn't mind you raising them so that we can factor it into the communique by reappraising it and adding it as part of what was not taken. Well, if there is none, I must thank each and every one of us. But may I then ask that we please move for the adoption of the communique. Who is going to raise that? Who is moving for it, please? It can be anyone. You are all stakeholders. Thank you very much, Mr. Aboluri, my friend. I go J1B.
All right. It's actually a great honor to voluntarily adopt the communique that has been read by that erudite scholar, and it's actually an impulse of this excerpt gathering today of scholars from various walks of life, you know, that contain the transport industry, security, and other walks of life. So I move to adopt the communique. I am Superintendent of Kolu Ashion Olumide Aboluri, PRO NSCDC Lagos State Command.
Supported by the, all right, with due respect, the law, the maritime law. I'm proud of you, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Orishema Tosan Edodo Emore, international maritime lawyer, practices in Lagos. I'd like to support the motion concerning the communique that has just been moved. Thank you.
You see, humility is extraordinary. We must thank you, the Lord. Thank you so very much. So it is on this note we have come to a conclusion of the second round edition of the Roundtable Discuss, looking at the global transport policy vision to make the transport sector more profitable, more prosperous for all key players to really ensure that the best practices are observed, done for the good of everybody. So I will be inviting the Director of Administration and Human Resources, the Global Transport Policy, Dr. Olusegun Aweobi, to please move the vote of thanks. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Permit me to stand on established protocol. On behalf of our chairman and chief consultant at Global Transport Policy, we want to express our appreciation for being part of this 2025 edition of this roundtable. We can thank you more. You've been here with us since, some have been here since 9 a.m., 10. Our chairman is very much happy about it. And as we are desirous to have a robust transportation system in the country, your input, your presence has been a tremendous impetus for us to achieve more, to go forward at every point in time. As we draw the curtain on 2025 edition of the Intermodal Transport System Roundtable, we say big thank you once again, and we indeed look forward to receiving you, to warmly receiving you in 2026 when we'll be running the 3rd edition. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, it is on this note, having said the vote of thanks, thank you everyone. We'll see you some other time by His grace, and sincerely yours, I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Lunchtime, yes. All right. Oh, national anthem. Okay, the national anthem for us to depart. Are you ready, or do we recite Moligbi? Oh yeah, let's rise to take the national anthem. Together. Nigeria, we hear they are on their native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve a sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle or not, and these we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so in peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you all. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, don't let that mic is expensive.
Hey.